Alrighty. Good morning. Happy Sunday morning to everybody. I see people starting to file in. Morning, Juan. Morning, Brian. I've done a couple of these the last few days, so I'm not sure how many repeat offenders we'll have. We'll try to keep it moving quickly here, get questions answered. The last couple of days I did it a little more structured. Maybe today that we'll do it a little more open Q&A, answering direct questions also. So for the moment, while we kind of let people file in, if someone has questions right away that they'd like answered, morning, Tim, you go ahead and put those right in the chat panel there for YouTube, and we'll start answering those, and we'll see what directions those take us. As I continuously stated over the last few days, and as I state generally speaking in all the live Q&As that I do weekly, Trade Ideas is a really vast software. I could do 3 straight 24-hour Q&As and not show you everything that the software is capable of. There are no users that use every aspect of it. Everybody has, the ins and outs that they particularly like as they become veteran users of it. But it doesn't hurt to understand and know a majority of the software, of course. Morning, Steve. So right now, while I wait for any questions to come in, I have up on my screen what we call a Strength Alerts channel. Strength Alerts, for those that don't know, is an email product that we had created about a year ago. We released it. And essentially what it is an algorithm that we created, back tested, forward tested of 5 years against the S&P 500, and we take the top rated stocks from that and give a weekly alert on those 5 rated stocks. The way it was back tested was buying near market open on Monday and selling near market open the following Monday. So while this is an email product that's separate from the software itself, we placed it inside what we call our channel bar here. We can see the channel bar that's right there, and given access to all users for that. So all kinds of different items and tools that we have within here for traders of different time frames, as well as scan where these ideas and thoughts come from. This is this week's alerts that are going to go out. Each alert here, has an area of interest where we'd look to participate, and on the upside, an area where we'd look to end that participation if the trade doesn't work out. Of course, none of it is a hard buy or sell, but just kind of based on some basic support and resistance lines. So with that said, everybody has access to these kinds of scans that are all within the software itself. So I see some questions coming in. So let's start kicking off and rock and rolling with those questions here. So let's see, Kevin, how does Holly provide swing recommendations, and are they Sunday night or every morning? So Holly actually doesn't provide swing recommendations. Holly is all set up for day trading for her exits and entries. However, everything in Trade Ideas is left to data interpretation of individual users. So let me get rid of some of these items. I'm going to bring up Holly here and bring up some charts. We can look at some stuff real quick from Holly and go over some personal thoughts, and then the actual way that Holly works as well. So for anybody that's going to follow along, if you've got Trade Ideas loaded and you're open on your screen, my recommendation always for loading Holly is stay away from the channel bar. I think because each channel is an individual layout, and I see everybody's questions coming in. So I'm going to get right to everybody. We're going to go right down in order here. Some things a quick yes or no, I'll skip over to that, of course. So if everybody's following along here, all right, if we go to new and look for AI Holly strategy trades window, all right, that's where we're going to load Holly from. And this is going to give us all of Holly's trades. Obviously, market being closed today, there are no Holly trades. Holly looks at the entire market. She doesn't have a symbol list. She doesn't have things she's game planning for. What she has is strategy. She comes to the day she comes each day with a set of strategies that were back tested and optimized. She has over 50 base strategies. Typically, I would say you'll see 5 to 10 strategies come to the day based on those optimization and back tests. Let me load up some charts here. Get those all settled. This way, when we look at and talk about stocks, so we can go back in history here and I can take a look at Holly. Let's look at Holly from Friday. All right. So everything in Trade Ideas, first off, for anybody new, is a right click essentially. You right click charts. There's a lot of options to go through here. You right click any kind of scan, whether it's Holly, an alert window, a top list, and we'll go over what these things are specifically. It's a right click, and you can look in here. There's a lot of options. Some is more intuitive than others, but we do have a full user's guide for you as well. So when we're not here live to answer your questions, you can always head to that user's guide. It's fully searchable to get questions answered. So for this, we right click and we find Holly time frame. I'm just going to give that to the 11th. So let's go 11 and 11. All right. And so we're going to bring up Holly, and I'm going to cut down a little bit of this data here just so we have a little less noise going over these items. So bear with me while I get rid of these items here. I want to make sure that, we're looking at more clean data right now, a little more understandable. So what'll happen here is these alerts will come in real time from Holly, okay? And they'll come with all different items here that are within these columns. All right. And what I was doing, I was getting rid of some of those columns just to keep the data set down that we're trying to look at together. And again, with everything being a right click and trade ideas, I did that by going right click, columns. On the left is what we're viewing for columns. The right is the master list. We select something and move it left to right or right to left based on if we want to see it or not, just like so. And what we have here is we'll get, if it's a long or short trade, the strategy name is right here, the entry time for what time settings that you put on there, the actual symbol, the alert price or entry price, what the current price is right now. All right, we're going to cover what moderate and maximum profit and all this means in just a moment here, and how those numbers came to be for me specifically. We see what's called a timed exit. All these will refer to what we call conservative exit. All right. What the exit price was in conservative. All right. So these are all different items, and then the exit reason, and these will all be conservative exit reasons that are right here for us. All right. So Holly runs in 3 risk modes, and all 3 risk modes, regardless, are based on day trade strategy. But that doesn't mean that things can't be held moving forward. All right. It's just that her exits are based on intraday timeframes. So for example, we could take up any one of these items, and we could decide how this may or may not look into a swing trade for us and our trading plan. A trading plan is something you should have separate from the software, obviously. One could look at a chart like this and say, there's maybe some kind of long-term trend intact that this has room, or, maybe this is something that we're headed lower on. But that's going to be up to you, how you read charts and your day interpretation as far as Holly goes for swing trades. All right. So I'm going to start there as far as that goes. Kevin, the recommendations from Holly, they don't, they come real time. There's no way to look into anything ahead of time. It's if a stock meets the scans criteria, the alert trigger, the filters, which are, a price range, or perhaps an RSI is involved in Holly, any of those strategies. That's how things get triggered and alerted to us. What the algorithms are, what the settings are on the inside is a black box. Not even I know those. Anybody that does like to see what the strategies are looking for, or what they're trying to do, you have these names, failed bounce, downward dog, nickelback. I'm going to drop a link and walk you through how to find these items real quick. And we're going to start rolling on the rest of these questions that I see coming in. And I will get to everybody. So we're still at the very first question. So, all right, right here, we're on the education tab of the Trade Ideas homepage. If you come to the support section here, and I'm going to drop a link in a moment. If we come to support, there's a lot of items. There's a lot of things on our homepage that are great resources for you all to head into. The education tab in here where it says login, this is your account management page. It'll be the same login with your case sensitive username as that. But for this purpose, we're here on the support page. Get a little more information on Holly. We have what we call our traders area. And we have what we call our AI strategy descriptions that are right here. We go ahead and click on that, and we can scroll down, and we can find, what these different strategies are specifically looking for in here, and gives you an idea of what the base of the strategy is. However, all these base strategies have been tweaked over all the years that they've been there, because every single day after the market closes, Holly goes into what we call, and Hopper does, thousands and thousands of simulations, tweaking different filters slightly, timed exits, or if a profit target is more appropriate, all these different items that we will go over and cover. I know everybody tends to see Holly. They see, oh, I want to only trade Holly 2.0, or I only want to trade Holly Grail, or I only want to trade Holly Neo. I think it's always better to think of Holly as just one AI, one Holly. That's it. The reason why there's three separate ones, Holly Grail was the original. She's the first one to come online. A couple of years later in spring, that was in winter or January of 2016 is when Holly originally came online. Late spring, I believe, of 2018 is when 2.0 and Neo came online. They're just different hands and different people that were involved in the creations of these. So they were segregated into three segments. We've since combined them. We think it's more beneficial for everybody. Think of it as just one Holly, and that's it. So, but you can go through each one of these here. You can see the descriptions of all of these. All right. So we'll start there. All right. How can I have a channel bar? So very easy here, Eagle Trader. Did I drop this link for everybody? No, I didn't. Here we go. Copy, paste, chat. There you go. There's that link if anybody wants to get back to that Holly page there and some other items. So everything, as I mentioned in Trade Ideas, it lives with a right click, but actually everything in Trade Ideas lives in three places. So first place to look on anything, whether it's a chart or a scan, is a right click. We can go through everything here. The second place for us to look for things is our menu bar up here, right? There's a lot of information. This menu bar is movable. So some people, depending on your screen resolution, have it look different for them. You size it, what works for you. Obviously, squashing things down will eliminate some stuff and give you this little tab on the side to try to find some of these items. Everybody has a setup that they're going to personally like. So we're going with this for me for right now for sharing purposes. And we look through here, file. There's different ways to save to our cloud, locally to your machine. New is where you'll find anything new. So channel bar, we have a channel bar and a docked channel bar. All right. Dock channel bar just has to do with a container window, set of container windows that we have given people the ability to create within Trade Ideas to group different windows together and move them all in one shot, like I can do here with these charts. All right. So that's where you're going to find anytime you're looking to create a new alert window, a new topless window. You want new charts, price alerts. You want to see the welcome screen again. Here's our welcome screen. If you're ever looking for that again, all right, that's right in here. So anything new that's there. There's a lot of items that are very important here in the tools as well, no less important than any other tab. We're going to go over some of the items that are in here as we move forward, but I suggest everybody takes a look at this. One other recommendation while I have everybody here, maybe to follow along and pay close attention to, is we usually have a beta release out for the software. I recommend always being on the beta release, quite personally. I've always used a beta release. I've never found an issue with it. And to each their own, of course, but some of our newer features may live in the beta and not on the production version. So if you want access to those, that is why I recommend being on the beta version. So everybody that wants to follow along and make sure they are on the current beta version, what we can do is we can go to Tools. And after we click that, we'll click Options that are right here. And we're going to look down this line. And we're going to see Upgrade, all right? And everybody that wants to make sure they're on the beta for always having the newest features, you're going to select All Releases. Then you're going to click Save here. And moving forward, anytime that there's a new release of the program, this new up here is going to highlight bold green. And there'll be an option when we select it to send us to the download page to find the beta. Now, I know that a lot of people come to the download page and they find the production version right away. All right. And they stop right there. They download and install the production version. So like I said, this will go a bold green if we're not on the latest version at each time we start up Trade Ideas. If you come to our download page, I'm going to find that download page. One moment here. Here we go. If you come to our download page, the first thing that's going to happen when we scroll down is we're coming across the production version right here. All right. Scroll past this. Perhaps reading some of these notes might be beneficial to you as new users, maybe not, but for repeat users or someone who's taken multiple test drives, perhaps you want to read through this because their odds are we've come out with a production version since the last test drive, and you might find some of these changes in here very useful to know about. However, keep scrolling past the production version and its notes, and you're going to come to download the newest public Trade Ideas Pro beta. All right. And that's what we should all be on 5.5.63. That's how you're going to have stock racing. That's how you're going to be able to use different types of charts that we are now offering, have a formula editor, all these different items that are newer items going to be right here within the new beta. So you go to download and install that. And then our production notes moving forward will look a lot nicer. So again, we have new notes that are here. They're going to have visuals. They will have links to different spots in our user guide. all these updates and visuals of those updates, how they live within the software, all right, will all be there for us. Whether you want to upgrade this moment or you like to upgrade later in the day, I'll leave that up to you if you do wish to do so. But I do recommend everybody be on the beta version of the software. All right, I'm going to continue to scroll through on these. So we covered channel bar, we covered that. Before it gets busy, not sure if I asked before, can we go have more than one channel open without having to pull screens from cloud one by one? Yes and no, Juan. So we're a little bit limited. The full free floating channel bar has more channels than the dock channel because there's space limitations with certain items. All right. So the multiple ways that we can have multiple layouts up are this. We can go new and we can go docked channel bar. All right. And that's going to bring this up here, a docked channel bar. And just size that so we have a little more. And you can load a channel here just like this. All right. And we can keep new and dock channel bar, and we can keep loading up dock channel bars. Of course, there are limitations to the data traffic that can come back and forth. Some of it's going to be limitations of your machine. Some of it's just limitations of bandwidth of an internet in general. So just keep that in mind as we're loading different items, how that will affect the performance of the machine and the software itself. Obviously, if you're doing some late night scanning, let's say 3-4 hours after market close, there's less traffic on the internet and market traffic in general, so you're going to perform a little better. Same thing with early mornings versus if you're trying to have 2 or 3 channels open at 9:35 Eastern in the morning, 5 minutes after the market opens. There's a lot more going on, a lot more traffic, and that can slow things down. So that's the one way to do it. Your other way to do it is, like you mentioned, you can save a container window. You could take a container window and place everything you want into one container window and save that container window, not as a layout, but just as a container window. So for example, saving that, would be a right click here, and we would go save or share to cloud. And then we can load that one individual container window along with other individual container windows as well to have multiple layouts like that. All right. Looking for pre-made charts. Does the D or the 5 behind the symbol in the middle of the chart? So the D is daily, 15 minutes here, 5 minutes here. We don't have pre-made charts. You're going to start off, you're going to go new, and you go chart window if you want a chart. All right, Brian. And that's going to load something up like this. Each chart window that you load will look exactly the same, and you'll have to go through and add your indicators, change your time frame. There's other items in property, whether you want to show pre and post market or not, some other items in here. What you can do is, if you, for example, I use the same indicators on all time frames. All right. I'm very simple on my charts. So I have default charts saved that every time I load a chart, it's going to be just those indicators on there. So if you set up a chart with the indicators that you want, you come into indicators, you find, you add an indicator here, and then you edit it here, the colors that you want on it, the chart area, the periods, things like that. All right. Once you've done that, if you have a chart that you want, that's the chart you always want to load, you could right click and go save as default. And then every single chart you load from now on will be exactly like that chart. And the only thing you'll have to change from there is your time frame. Right there, Brian. So hopefully that gets you answered. Does this tell me what chart this is? So again, looking at the charts, we can see here, it's covered by the candles, but if we click something else, here we go, there's a 5-minute chart, right click time frame. I can make it a 15-minute chart. We go all the way down to 1 minute if you want a 1-minute chart. All right. We go all the way up to monthly charts if you want a monthly chart. Question: your weekly trade idea generation by the AI is not always on point regarding my opinion. So I'm guessing you're talking about the trade of the week. It's not AI generated. That's just Steve Gomez goes through some different scans over the weekend, picks something out that looks technically sound to him. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but there's no AI interaction in any of that. If you're referring to the one weekly pick that's there, called the trade of the week, Steve puts himself out there every week, makes a call on things. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. Market conditions a little tougher lately. Just kind of the way that it goes, but that's a more human curated idea for that trade of the week. Let's see, Dominic. Good morning from the Momo channel. Is it possible to edit parameters within, like pulling stocks to $1 to $10? So Dominic, yes and no. What you cannot do is edit the channels and have the channels edited here. These are held on our servers, pushed out to all users. What you can do is, for example, if we click on the Momo channel. All right. Where the heck are you, Momo? There you go. And we load this channel up. All right. What's going to happen here is we can come in and, for example, we could right click this. We can make all the edits in the world that we want on any of these scans. Again, everything in Trade Ideas is right click. So right click and configure brings us to the configure of any scan, and we can see what this scan is doing two different ways. One, we could look at the selected alert or event that's here. So a new high on the day is what gets us an alert here. On top of that new high on the day, we have to have these window specific filters met. So here's, a price range in the filters, change from close. Here's what you're looking at for what the filter is called, your minimum and maximum values of that filter, and then your units of that filter. All right. Any edits that we make once we're here, what we can do is two things. We can either go file, save or share to cloud, and we could save it as we click and save it as an entire layout and give it a name, my Momo channel, for example, and then we save it like that, and then it'll live in our cloud and it'll sit up here. If we go file, load from cloud, it'll be right here. Or we can go, and I suggest always doing both. I don't think there's any harm in saving things to the cloud and locally. We go file, save layout. And if anything you save as the default underscore layout that's like that, that will be what is happening every time you start Trade Ideas, or what loads every time you start Trade Ideas. We can have multiple layouts. If you look here, look how many different layouts that I have here. A lot of testing layouts that I've done over the years for trying things out. There's no like special layout that I have or anything like that. But we can rename it anything we want. We just give it a name, and then anytime we want, we would find that by going file, load, oops, not save, load layout. All right. And we put it right there. Now, please, whenever you have, windows that you're working on, things that you like, please save every individual item to the cloud, then save it locally if you like, and then save it as a layout too. The reasons for this are multiple. All right. And to save anything, any individual item in Trade Ideas, again, a right click, save or share to cloud. By clicking that, we can save it right here as we want. All right. The reason to save things to the cloud is this. If you're on a business trip and you're traveling, you want to load up Trade Ideas wherever you are, you'll be able to access your scans, your layouts, all that through the cloud anywhere you go in the world. Number two, your house gets struck by lightning, your computer gets fried, your motherboard's done, or your memory's done, or whatever it is done. Living in the cloud now is all of your items, so you don't have to rebuild everything because your local drive is shot. All right. Your kid comes in with a glass of orange juice or water. A baseball comes through the window and smashes your computer. All these reasons. So having everything saved in the cloud will work like that. So that's what you can do, Dominic, to have any channel that you want saved the way you edited it. Okay. Can Holly and stock races operate at the same time? You can operate Holly at the same time as a stock race. Holly doesn't stock race currently. It'll probably be something that we get into further down the line in production developments. But for right now, a stock race is going to be based on top list that you've created. A specific type of scan is called a top list here. All right, we'll cover some more of this as we move forward and plow through these comments and questions here. But you can have Holly loaded at the same time as a stock list or a stock race. Again, any loading of Holly, new AI Holly strategy trades window. Okay. Skip the strategy window for now. I'll go over what that is, but this isn't going to show you where and what the trades are of Holly, just what her strategies are for the day, essentially. In the strategy trades window is where her trades will live. All right. Kevin, can you place orders through Trade Ideas? Is it through a Brokerage Plus, or is that a simulator only? So Kevin, yes, you can place orders through Trade Ideas only if, let me find my Brokerage Plus window, only if you're connected to IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade. Those are the only two brokers we currently link to. We will bring other brokers online eventually, but there's a multiple fold for us to be able to do that. The way this works is, first we have to create a business relationship with any of these brokers, make phone calls, set up business meetings, and then get them to open up their API data to us. And then once we get into their API, it has to be functionable. So for example, TD Ameritrade, we were very close after 2 years of negotiation, getting them to open their API to us. We got into their API. Their API has very delayed data coming out. That's not to say TD Ameritrade's data is delayed. The API data that would come out from TD Ameritrade to populate the data in here is what is delayed, okay? When we told them their data was delayed and unreliable, they said, okay. And that was the end of the conversation. They don't care that their data is delayed. It doesn't matter to them, doesn't affect them. They don't care about helping third-party programs like us. So we have to figure out a way to make their API work. So we've been able to do that with E-Trade. And to give you an idea of how these brokers don't really care, E-Trade's API today is exactly the same as it was 9 years ago. And there's been a lot of tech innovations over the years, and they have not done anything with it. TD Ameritrade is no different. That's why Interactive Brokers, we have a very long established relationship with them. They consistently update their API. And so while I know people have issues with Interactive Brokers that they do charge for some datas, they also still charge a commission. A lot of times in life, you get what you pay for. You get a free cheap broker, you get free cheap data sometimes. So that's the way these things work as far as connections go. We do not hold orders. All orders are sent to the broker. So if you send an order, it goes to the broker and they don't fill it. They don't fill it. It has nothing to do with us. There's not a thing we can do to get your broker to fill your order through Trade Ideas. We do have our own simulator. It lives within here. We can connect right to that simulator. All right. Connecting to a broker in Brokerage Plus is twofold. We connect to the broker here itself. Okay. Once we're connected to that broker, then we have to find the account and connect to that account that's selected right here. You select the account that you're here. Some people have multiple accounts, so that's the reason why this goes on like that. All right. So we covered that. All right. You might have to change strategy for picking trade of the week. It's really bad in my opinion. All right. Well, you can always unsubscribe to that trade idea. You're more than welcome to unsubscribe to that trade idea. Scrolling through. Where can I load the option scanner? So I suspect maybe you're talking about Barry's option scanner. Our trading room moderator, Barry, has a scan he calls moving higher on usually options volume. So I can share that scan rate with you right here. Moving higher. Let's see. No, let me find it on Barry's homepage. All right. So for those that don't know, or those that do know but are unsure about this, Barry is our trading room moderator. You'll find no person with more integrity in the world of trading than Barry. Barry will never tell people what to buy, sell, hold, do, think. He doesn't tell you it's a buy level, sell level, anything like that. He shares a screen. He talks about what he's doing, never tells anybody to follow him. Trade your own plan, trade your own trades, but he shares all of his scans. So here's Barry's homepage for anybody that wants and where he shares his old scans. We'll copy, we'll paste it here. All right. There it is. All right. And here is where we can find a list of Barry scans. So we go ahead and click here, and every one of these scans has a URL link to them. So for this one that you're asking, moving higher with unusually strong options, I'm guessing this is what you're looking for, because in Trade Ideas, there is no the option scan. There's no the momentum scan. With over 500 data points to create a scan from, anybody can make a scan and call it anything they want. So there's no one scan for anything. It's, there's an infinite amount of combination that can be created for scans. For this specific purpose, though, we'll click here. All right, this brings us to this page. We have a URL. We're going to copy that URL. Copy. All right, I'm going to paste that URL here. You're going to do the same thing. You can click on that. That'll bring you to this page that we're at right here. And once you have that URL and you've copied it from this page, you go File, Load from Cloud, and that URL should be here already. All right. If in the event that it's not, all you're going to do is paste that URL here. You'll click Load. All right. It's going to load that scan, moving higher with unusually strong options. All right. And once you've got it there, first thing you're going to do is right click, and you're going to go Save or Share to Cloud. So you forever have that saved in your cloud. From there, if you'd like to do a save as, you can always do that as well. That's a local save to that scan as well to your computer. And that's how we save and share things to the cloud like that. All right. You can always come back here, and you're welcome to go through all of Barry's scans. You can click here once again. You can see all the different scans that Barry offers for everybody to use that he's created. You also don't need to click on any of these to get to that page. You can actually just right click any of these highlighted areas here, and you can always go copy link address like that as well. And that's another way to get that link address when we go File, Load from Cloud, and we load again. Here we go, 10-day daily breakouts, the one that I just saved like that. So another way to get to all Barry scans in a quick manner without having to go back and forth between those pages. So that covers that. Where's the option scans? If my computer is less than Windows 10, does the web version still work? And what am I giving up by using the download version? All right, and using the download, not using the download version and going with the web version, you're giving up Brokerage Plus, you're giving up our Market Explorer, which we'll touch on a little bit later, and you're limited to 5 charts at once, and you're giving up text-to-speech voice alerts. You can try to use this on less than Windows 10. I can't promise that it will or will not work. If you run into big errors or any kind of errors, our support is limited in that regard because we've moved off. Windows doesn't even support anything below Windows 10 anymore, so or Microsoft doesn't. So they're not supporting it anymore. We're really not supporting it anymore. Those are the things that you're missing there, big fish, is those items. No Brokerage Plus, which means no simulator, no direct brokerage connect, 5 maximum charts, no Market Explorer, and you only get a bell or a ding for a sound alert. Can you repost the link to the bull flag scan? Forgot to save it. Absolutely. All right. Here's that bull flag. I'm gonna first share it, and then I'm gonna do something really quick here that I think is very important. Hopefully, it'll take seed with everybody. Within Trade Ideas, we don't have the ability to do everything everybody wants right off the bat. You can't just search it and find every single thing you want. We have a lot. Like I said, over 500 data points to make scans from. But somewhere that we don't have a ton of stuff is pattern recognition. So we don't necessarily have a bull flag pattern recognition. However, one of the gentlemen, Andy Lindloff, that works here, created using different range and position range filters. He thought outside the box on how to create something, right? And that's where the scan came from. And the reason why I'm going over this is because I want people, when you're trying to figure out how do I create a scan and you're stumped, think outside the box. Look at a chart. What are you trying to accomplish from a chart? Now, how can that be accomplished with the filters that we have? So for example, in this, if we right click and come to configure, the way Andy did this is if we come to the Windows specific filter tab, we can see that Andy gave this a price range, all right? He told us that we needed to be up from the previous day, all right? He told us that we're going to keep ETFs out with his EPS hack so that we're not looking at any stocks or, excuse me, ETFs that aren't reporting earnings, all right? And then he gave us a 5-day range to try to create that flag itself, all right? So 1 to 5% 5-day range. And the change in 5 days, he said, I don't want to be up more than 1% though over those 5 days because we don't want the flag running away from us up. We want that sideways moving flag, all right? And he said, today we do have to be above yesterday though to show that we are moving up on the flag now as we leave the flag and possibly move up in a position. All right. He created a composite rating score that's live that has a few different metrics in it to give us more quality stocks. And then the change in 5 days, it had a change in 10 days. That's our poll. All right. So the stock had to be up at least 3% over the last 10 days to create that poll. And then he gave it an average volume metric. All right. And anybody could take it. I just shared the scan. So anybody can take the scan and make it their own, edit what they want. But what Andy did was he thought outside the box to create this daily bull flag look here. All right. Using these filters. All right. And where did he find these filters? They all live and exist within search. And you can start searching for these things. You can scroll through each one of these things. You can select one. Right clicking, go to help, and it's going to give you this page here going over what do these filters mean? What are the definitions of them? If you're having trouble understanding that definition, no worries. Shoot us an email right here, info@trade-ideas.com, and say, look, I read the definition, but if you could maybe go a little further for me to help me out on understanding that, and we'll do our best to explain that. We can also just highlight it and we can click help here, and that'll bring us to the same item. If we want to see that data as a column in the scan, these are our columns that are here that we can see, strategy, symbol, time. We can always add this column of data. But what I'm really getting at here is that Andy thought outside the box. He said, well, we don't have a way to really do this with just saying, hey, show me a bull flag. But he went and he looked at chart patterns and said, all right, well, this looks like a way that I could do this using different time frames to create it. So think outside the box. There's no secret bullet, there's no magic potion, no silver bullet, no magic potion for everything with any scanner. Sometimes some work has to be done. Sometimes that work is harder than others, but that work is well worth it if you become a successful trader moving forward in life. All right. So that's my bull flag scanner rant. I'll probably do a lot of these things. I'll probably repeat a lot of these things as people come and go over the next couple of hours. So, bear with me. Everybody's at different levels. Everybody is coming and going with different schedules. And I want to make sure that I try to answer everybody's questions. So some things I might go over the same stuff 2, 3, 4 times. So please be patient with that. So we covered that. Double question. I got an email today. Reads Holly now works on simulation and also use the trading rooms. Do I need to sign for the rooms? Kind of. So your room login is going to have to do with your account login on the account management page, as I mentioned before, all right? And I think that anybody that's not using our trading room, um, try not to be harsh about this, but I also don't want to mix words. I think you're really missing out by not being in our trading room. I'm sure there are other trading rooms that are out there that are fine. There are other trading rooms that are out there that are predators. In our trading room, all right, there's no nonsense. You cannot come into our trading room and just say, hey, stock ABC is going to the moon and whatever else. You're more than welcome. We're trade ideas. We're sharing ideas. We're sharing scans in our traders room, all right? You're more than welcome to come into that traders room and say, I'm looking at this stock based on this RSI break or this Bollinger Band break or whatever it is, but have a reason behind what you're looking at that stock. We share things real time in the traders room. We do not discuss share size. We do not discuss money. The reason for this is the guy that has the $1 million account and the guy that has the $5,000 account, and the woman that has the $6 million account and the woman that has the $4,000 account. We want all these people to feel comfortable sharing and talking about their ideas without someone else making them feel bad or they have to play catch up or anything like that. So with that said, again, our homepage or our pages in generals, where you're going to find a lot of useful tools. All right. There's a tab right here for the traders room. You go ahead and click that. All right. It's going to bring you some different things here. Whether you already have something, you can just enter the room. We can create a login. These are these items down here. Here's a link to get to that. The traders room is free for anybody, anytime. So this is what I tell people all the time when they're asking me about trade ideas. Take a test drive where they try the software out for a month and they said, look, I think it's great, it has potential for me, but I'm not quite there on my trading yet, or I don't have quite the time yet, but I want to follow along in the room. I personally do at least 1 hour live Q&A 5 days a week. You're welcome to join any of these. No subscription is needed. Maybe you need a few months to stalk trade ideas, understand trading a little more. Come to these things. Come for free. There's no obligation. There's no credit card. There's no anything else. There's no tricks or trades to any of this stuff, because we show these things off knowing what we have for software and what our, what we can do and what we can share with knowledge. So that's the traders room that's there. The trader room lives in 2 places also. Education tab, get familiar with that on our website. There's a ton of really, really, really great stuff here, all right? Our full user's guide, which I'm going to go over in a minute here, all right? Everything that you could want about the software is in here. It's searchable, all right? It's not very intuitive, I think, to a lot of new users right away, but as you start to move forward, you understand aspects of the software and you have questions, you're going to get a lot of those questions answered right here in this user's guide, all right? We have a point and click set of lessons here. They're very, very short, going over different items. Some people love them, some people hate them, to each their own, but I suggest give them a quick look anyways, just to see what you think. Our daily support sessions. This link, if you were to click that, would take you right to where we are on YouTube right now. It also takes you to the traders room. So there's 2 entries to that traders room, the one that I just shared and this YouTube one here. The other entry of the traders room, there's a lot more traders in there sharing a lot more ideas, a lot of professional traders in there. It's where I personally learned most of the trading that I've learned over the years. I am a nobody trader. I came from nothing. I have no financial background. And here we are several years later. I get to work for Trade Ideas. So that traders room, I can't speak highly enough about it, Barry, and the traders that are in there. But again, this is also where at noon Eastern every day, 5 days a week, or at least every market day, noon Eastern, Barry gives up the YouTube side, does an hour to one of the other traders here. You get a different personality 5 days a week, so different traders, different thoughts, different ideas. That happens there at noon Eastern every day. Barry will take back the room at 1 Eastern on those days, and then I come back and Barry shuts down everything at 3:30 Eastern, but I take over the YouTube at 3:30 Eastern every day. Again, all market days, and I go for an hour, typically speaking, on those days as a live Q&A. It's open forum live Q&A with me. You want to talk about some charts? We could talk about some charts, some scans, whatever it is that within the software you're burning questions, that's when I'm there to help and answer. As we scroll down, again, free traders room, another link to get you there. We have weekly webinars. So every other week, it'll be Monday and Wednesday. Then the next week, it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, and then back to Monday, Wednesday again. Sign up for those webinars. Again, this is somewhere where I learned a ton. These webinars are all recorded. It's all on YouTube for you all to access. And then we have a whole slew of educational videos. Last but not least, and I think this is one of the most important people, if you are someone that is new to trading and you're just trying to learn all the basic stuff, everything first off that I shared with you is free. You don't need a subscription. So again, you take the test drive, you decide, I got a few months before I think I'm really taking a Trade Idea subscription. Great. we're happy to have you on board when you're ready to come on board. These back to basics video, Michael Noss goes through and teaches his wife how to trade or does it on a live recording, and he starts with literally what is a stock and goes all the way up to algorithmic trading in this set of videos. All right, watch these videos. Even I think, seasoned traders that are still trying to find their way in the markets will find a lot of benefits from these videos. I know I did, that's for sure. So, this is the community that we tried to build around this. And hopefully you're all going to find value, not just in the software, but the community that we built as well. All right, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Let's keep pressing forward on your questions here. We covered that. We covered that. And that's right. Looking for Barry's option scanner. So we covered that. Hi, what are the best channels for swing trading? So anytime anybody asks me what's the best, it's like asking me what's the best pizza, what's the best restaurant. I love seafood. All right, I'm going to tell you seafood restaurant's the best. If you don't think a seafood restaurant, if you don't like seafood, you're going to tell me to jump off a bridge on that. The same comes to this. There is no best. It's what are you looking for in it. So this is for you, Josie. All right, I recommend you to do this. Go through the channels. Now we have channels, each one's themed. If you're questioning what these themes mean, our help menu here, big deal, help menu, get to the user's guide here. We can get to alerts and filters page here. And then we have a channel description. Now we just made a bunch of updates on the channels. So I'm gonna have to go through and update this channel descriptions. But if we click this, we're going to get this web page and we're going to get a blurb on this. There's a few things that no longer exist in here that we have to update. Like I said, Holly used to live in 4 places. She's one place, one trade ideas, one Holly AI. That's it. Don't think of it as 3 Hollies anymore. Please, please, please do yourself and do me a favor. One Holly. All right. But you can get a description of what all these channels are, all right, Josie? And you can start to say, what am I looking for? What can I find in these channels? And then go through the scans and see what those scans are showing. And at the end, it all comes to data interpretation. I have a scan that I personally use for looking for swing ideas when the market is closed going into the following days. I shared that scan with someone one time, and they said to me, I don't understand how you think that's a swing scan. I see mostly day trading stuff coming out of the scan. I said, okay, I get it. I get why you see that, but they could not possibly understand how that I saw that as a swing scan. Same scan, same charts, same stocks, 2 different eyes, 2 different interpretations of data sets. So again, Joe, you're looking for swing stuff. I would first point you towards head rate for, where are you? I think we have a swing channel. We used to. Where are you? Swing channel count, stocks, alpha, surging, short, squeeze, traders, swing ideas. All right. I'd head here first. We can load up this channel, and we can always, as it loads up, give me a moment here and get rid of this Brokerage Plus window. As we head here, again, everything, Joe, right click. We can head in here and look at the configure of the scan and look at these items that are in here. And we can go over all these things and we can get definitions of any of them. Right click, help. What does this mean? Right click, help. What does this mean? And we can say, gee, I think the scan might be returning some ideas that I like. And we could right click, save or share the scan to the cloud. All right. And once we saved it, we'll have it here moving forward to help build a layout if we want based on these scans. We go load from cloud, excuse me, and we'll find the things that we've saved here and we can load them individually, group windows together and create layouts that way, Joe. All right. So that's where I would point you to. Real quick, I'm going to share something that I have found very useful. This is a scan that I created. I call it my evening scan. All right. It's based on metrics that I'm looking for. I'm going to go over why data interpretation matters so much. So this one's called my evening scan number 1 updated. All right. And what I want to do here is I want to load something, file, load from cloud. I want to show it based on, charts that I look at and how I'm doing things. All right. So let me load this here. All right. Perfect. So I keep my charts very simple, very clean. As you can see, I only have 3 indicators on a daily. I have 2 indicators on intraday charts. I'm probably going to get rid of all my indicators at some point. Let me get rid of these Bollinger Bands. Sorry, I don't like Bollinger Bands. I was using it for a purpose. So what I've done with this scan, if we right click and we come into the scan, all right, I've told this scan, I want you to look for stocks between $4 and $40. I want the relative volume to be 1. And you're going to say, well, what does relative volume mean? Relative volume for us means this. We're taking a 10-day average and putting in a ratio. So 1 means normal volume, all right? 2 means 2 times, 3 times, so on and so forth, all right? But it's relative to what the stock's been doing. So for example, if a stock averages 1 share a day, all right, and we put a 10 times for relative volume, that's all we're using for volume, we could get return stocks that are just trading 10 shares in a day with relative volume. So I've coupled the relative volume to work with the volume today, saying also the stock has to have traded at least 750,000 shares today. I'm going to share the scan in a moment. All right. And then I said, I want to look at stocks that are breaking out of a range on 20 days. So my position in 20-day range, I've said I want it 75% above the low of the 20-day range. And I want to see stocks that are closing strong today. All right. And so I want to see it 75% above the low of today's range. That's all I've done with this scan. Okay. Nothing fancy, nothing secret. All right. And I've used this scan for years. In this choppy market we've been in for the last few months, I found less great ideas in it. When we're in a nice trending market, I find some really great ideas in it for swing trading. But, I do my work. I go through the scan every night. I mark up these charts. I add them to a short list of stocks that I'm watching. I keep a watch list of stocks within Trade Ideas, and that's how I use it. Now, the scan is going to return things that I don't care about at all, but I just like to see things that made big moves. So, for example, well, this isn't going to give me what I want to. All right. So, for example, something that's made a huge move, I might not be interested in it now. All right. Because it just made these big moves these consecutive days. I don't want to go chasing that. But let's see if we can find something more actionable here and why I like it and what this returns to me. So, all right, SSRM, all right. Now, I know it's a mining company. I know it's, silver and gold, but I'm looking at a few things here, right? And this is where being a trader comes in and using the scan to return the ideas, and being a trader comes next, right? So I'm looking at this kind of base that's formed here and then a base that's formed here. Now, it's not quite a cup and handle, but almost getting to that kind of pattern, all right? And so I say to myself, perhaps, we're trying to put in a base and a trend reversal here. And this might be something that maybe I could say, above this level here, I'm looking to participate up to this level here, based on what your trading plan, my trading plan is, so on and so forth. And so, Joe, again, that's how, these ideas can get returned to us. And so I say any scan can be a swing scan based on what your plans are and what you're thinking and what you are looking for. I'm going to again share this out, load from cloud. My evening scan. Anybody can take this, do whatever you like with it, use it exactly as I have it, modify it. Don't even take it if you don't want it. All right. So right click, paste. There you go. All right. Let's get rid of that. So hopefully that helps you out there, Joe. If you have more questions on any of that, please, if you need a follow up to anything I've done, please put those in. I'm going in line on the questions, trying to get to everybody. If I want to learn from Holly about the different strategies and not trade, what is better, Holly strategy window or trades window? Moses, always the trades window, not the strategy window. So here we go. New. If we go to the strategy window, all right, the only thing the strategy window is going to tell us is what strategies what strategies Holly's coming to the day with. All right. What the time stop may be, what the win percent for that strategy today is if she's fired. All right. It's also going to tell us here, based on the optimizations and back tests from the night before, what the profit factor is of each of these strategies and what the win percent of each of these strategies. All right. There's some different nuances here that go on with these. On the back testing, Holly Neo works a little different than the rest of the Hollies, all right, for the back testing and optimizations, because she's more looking for really high relative volume and breakouts and breakdowns versus what some of these others are doing here and how they're optimized. How it all shakes out in what we call the hoppers, some technical stuff that I'm not going to completely get into. I don't also know all of it. But that's what the strategy window shows versus the trades window shows you the actual strategy that was traded and the trade that associates with it. So that's the difference right there, Moses. I don't really look at the strategy window quite personally at all. I just look at the strategy trades window. And again, so new, Holly, strategy window. That's what I have up now. Just the strategies and some information about the strategies. All right. And then the trades window, that's your actual trades that have come through and alerted that day on Holly. So that's how that works. Right click on one of your scans, time frame option. We use historical date and use 1 p.m. scan. Use all data from the day up to 1 p.m. or is it just the price of the stock at 1 p.m.? So history works a couple of different ways here. Let me get rid of this. We got to find a top list. Where's the top list? We'll start with alert windows. All right. So alert windows is for you, Michael, on your question of history. Alert lists work as a time-stamped entry saying, hey, this stock did this at this exact same time. All right. Alert windows work in twofold. So if we right click and come to configure, we have what we call an alert. So if we go to selected alerts, This is the alert that we're looking at, crossed above resistance of alert, and it's looking back 3 hours in trading to find where that resistance is. So the algorithm is looking back 3 hours to try to find where price is gathering consistently. And if price had been gathering there at this level and then breaks north of that, that's what we call crossed above resistance. So that has to happen, all right, for the alert. Then these all have to be satisfied to these window specific filters. So, this price range needs to be satisfied, a change from close, relative volume, so on and so forth. You can go over what each scan is looking for. So all those filters have to be satisfied at the same time that event is happening. And boom, we get a time-stamped alert. So if we right click and we go history, all right, we have different options here. We can run a time frame. We could run it as all right? But each alert window can only hold 1,000 items at once. So for example, if I go all right now, all right, it's going to say loading. And I'm going to get a timestamp here. We can expand this time out and we can see, look, at 3:50 and 7 seconds p.m. Eastern time on the 11th of February, 2022, this alert happened, all right? And so on and so forth. We can go all through these and it's loading as many as it can, going back up to around 63 to 65 market days, depending on how market holidays fall on weekdays, all right? Now we see it says more available, so that when I clicked all, that means it can only go back and it's got to the 1,000 limit. I can right click, I can go history and I can select more, all right? And so if we look up here at the top, all right, we started at 3:50, all right, p.m. Eastern on that day. If I right click and I go history and I go more, now we're starting at 12:41 p.m. Eastern on that day to go back and find another 1,000 items, all right? And we can keep going more and more and more and more. So that's how you can go back on history on an alert window. That's how it works. It's going to display also your history, all the columns you've chosen, okay? So here's what this stock did exactly at this time. At this time at 9:30 and 9 seconds Eastern time on January 21st, 2022, NEE had all these items that are going on. We can always add columns. So we can right click, we can come to configure, and we can add as many columns as we want essentially here. The way to add columns is this. We come to search and we'll look for a filter that we want to see the column of, and we select that filter and we go show column, all right, and that'll bring us to the columns tab. Over here you're going to see the columns that we are displaying. All right, let me clean some of this up. We're going to see the columns that are displaying here. Again, your columns are, what's over here, your time, your relative volume, whatever that you want. If there's a column you don't want, you select it and go left to right. There it is. There may be columns over here that you're interested in bringing back over. The columns that will usually be here on this list are the Windows filters that you're actually using in the scan as well. And that's so how we can see any data about any scan in an alert list going back that amount of time. Top lists work differently, okay? They scan differently. So let's go new. Let's bring up the top list here, okay? And I know I'm going over a lot of stuff really fast. This is all going to be recorded. It'll all be up later for you all to check out. All right. Everything we do is recorded for you to go back and check out at any time. Some of our videos are very long. Use a fast forward function, skip around on any of those. I'm going to go over some YouTube stuff in a moment as well. Like I said, I could do this for 72 straight hours and not cover half of what Trade Ideas has to offer and do. But back to top lists. So in the alert window, we have window specific filters, and we have the alert or event that needs to happen to get the trigger, the timestamp saying, hey, this stock did this at this time. Top lists only have filters. There's no alert. There's no event that's going to happen for us. All right. All that's going to do is it's going to go back and forth from the server every 30 seconds and say, here, all the stocks that meet your criteria for those filters, these are them. So if we, I'm just going to make a top list really fast, give it some metrics here, and this is going to be it, real fast, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And now, whatever meets this criteria of the scan, I can go back and I can right click and go time frame. And because it's a 30-second, where there's no timestamp on this, if we go use historical date, we can pick any time that we want, and it'll give us a 5-minute snapshot of what was going on those at that time. So we can come back here and let's go back and let's use the calendar and select the 9th of February at 9:55 a.m. And I'm going to click OK. And this is all the stocks over this 5-minute span of time in this top list that we were that was returned to us meeting the criteria of the scan. And again, this is where that data lived during that 5 minutes and that snapshot of the items that I've selected as columns to look at. So that's how historical works on all that. All right. And again, there's 1,000 limit on this. On top lists, we have what we call a record count. So if we right click and come to time frame, We go to set record count. This is how many stocks could come into the top list at once. 1,000 is the max. I don't recommend putting 1,000 for top list. First off, there's not a human being on earth that can go over 1,000 stocks in a reasonable amount of time during live market hours. Second, it's an information superhighway that has a limited bandwidth. Again, based on what your ISP is going to allow, the traffic that's going on at that time, how active things are. So the higher your record counts on top lists can eventually slow you down, especially if you have 3, 4, 5 top lists with 1,000 record counts. Even if 1,000 stocks can't meet it, it's going to try to go back and forth and find 1,000 stocks no matter what. So keep these record counts down, something reasonable, 100, 150, whatever it is. Trial and error, troubleshoot those things. Now, I always preach having multiple layouts. So let's say, for example, myself, I have a evening scan layout. Some of my evening scan stuff might have some top lists that have 1,000 record counts. No big deal. I'm not looking for speed at that time. I'm going through tons of charts. I want all the information returned to me. I do it at my own leisure. There's nothing to say hurry up. I'm not worried about performance of the software at that time. I'm worried about mass amounts of information of the software at that time. So, these are things to keep forward or keep thinking as you move forward. It's going to be, the layout you might create today is not going to be the same as the one you'll have Wednesday. I guarantee it, which will not be the same as the one you have next Friday. And if you continue to subscribe to Trade Ideas after the test drive, it will not be the layout that you have in 6 months from now. I guarantee you that. As people move forward, they do tweak their layouts less and less, generally speaking. But, at the beginning, there's so much there. A lot of people are still figuring out what kind of trader they are and what they want to do. So don't be afraid to tweak and change those layouts. So that covers history. That's there. Hope that makes sense. Think that made sense. Nice. Very cool. Sorry if you already covered it, but I tried logging in last night and stated that my account is expired. Does that mean that activated tomorrow and trial begins? No, Mr. X, that means you're entering the wrong username. I will suspect that you've taken test drives in the past, Mr. X, and that you have multiple usernames. Look at Mr. X, look at the welcome email that you just got and look at the capitalization of your username, because our usernames are case sensitive. So if you have capital letters in there or a mix of capital letters and lowercase letters, you got to put it in when you're logging in that exact case, because we're case sensitive. All right. If you continue to have trouble, Mr. X, and email us here, info@trade-ideas.com. Anybody, any question, anytime, anything that you need, email us there, info@trade-ideas.com. We'll get back to you pretty quickly, generally speaking, 7 days a week. All right. So Mr. X, look at that. That's my suggestion. Look at that welcome email. Look at what your username was in the welcome email you just got and look at the capitalization of that. That's going to be your login. Again, if you continue to have trouble, email us there. Say, hey, I'm having trouble logging in for the test drive, and we'll get you logged in. But everybody should be able to get in right now. The only thing is if you literally just signed up within 5 minutes, sometimes it can take us about, generally speaking, within 5 minutes, we should have you turned on, but it could take up to an hour. So I connected the E-Trade account. How does Trade Ideas work with E-Trade to place orders with Holly? So this is how that'll work. Let's bring up Brokerage Plus again. I'm connected to the simulator, but what you'll do is you'll connected to E-Trade. You're selecting E-Trade. All right. You're going to find the Holly AI tab right here. All right. And this goes for anybody that's interested in automating Holly. I really cannot stress this enough. I truly believe in human and machine for automation, especially with Holly. I think Holly makes a lot of great entries. I think sometimes her exits could be much better managed by human beings. To each their own. I don't believe in a press play and walk away attitude when it comes to automation of any sort whatsoever. What do I mean by that? I do not believe someone should set up automation, set it up, let it go, run out, play a round of golf with their friends, have lunch, stop at the bank, pick the kids up from school, head home and count their money. You're welcome to try it. You're paying for your account. It's your brokerage account. It's your money, all that stuff like that. My recommendation is someone being there. Do I believe there are users that have got to that point in automation that they can do that? There probably are a few. I'll also bet they've all been trading for 10 plus years and have been Trade Idea subscribers for 5+ years. So with that said, to do Holly, this is how setting Holly in automation works. All right. We come to the AI tab. If you don't have it in Brokerage Plus, we go new and we look for Holly AI tab. For those of you that don't even have a Brokerage Plus open, again, new Brokerage Plus window. You're going to click that. You're going to get a Brokerage Plus window. All right. Once you get that Brokerage Plus window, make sure you got the Holly tab. Sorry, I'm circling back to make sure everybody's with me because I know I'm going fast here, but there's a lot to cover. And you guys are pumping the questions much faster than I can answer them. So once we've got this here on that AI tab, all right, we're going to right click and we see edit long instructions. All right. This is an edit for all long strategy instructions. We click edit instructions and there's a whole bunch of things in here. All right. Account right now is none. You're going to go to edit. And as long as you're connected to your broker here, your account is going to be here. So right now, because I'm connected to the simulator, there's the simulated account. I've chose it. You're connected to E-Trade. You're going to choose your E-Trade account. You're going to save that. You're going to decide, do you want conservative or moderate risk mode? All right. Here's what the difference is between those if we don't know. Conservative has several different exits that can happen. Okay. So let me get out of this for one moment so I can go back over this really fast here so we understand what we're selecting. I'm bringing up the Holly alert window. This Holly alert window here has nothing to do with your automation whatsoever, okay? I want to bring up the previous day here. Let's go back to the 11th. All right. In here, we see conservative, moderate, and aggressive. The first thing everybody needs to do is get aggressive out of their head. Aggressive means trading with no stop. If you plan on trading with no stop, go to the bank, grab your money out of the bank, set it on fire. That's about how much success you'll have with trading with no stop. Harsh, very true. That's the way it works in trading. All right. Moderate and conservative is where our focus wants to be. All right. Conservative means we have all these different exit reasons that can happen. And what you see for an exit reason is always a conservative exit. So we have what's called a time stopped. All right. Oftentimes the algorithm decide a time hold is what is best for that stock. That's a conservative exit. We have what's called a profit save. It's like a trailing stop. All right. And so to give you the example, what's going on here with this, if we bring up the chart of this PE trade, all right, Holly made the entry here. It started getting whippy. She wasn't going to let a winner turn to a loser and come back down here to the entry price. So she exited it. It's like a kind of like a trailing stop. We want to think of it as. It's not exactly a trailing stop. So that's our second conservative exit. The third conservative exit, I don't have an example here, is a target hit. Not all strategies have a target. Some will have a target. Some will have a timed exit. That's how they work. All right. Then we also have a reduced risk. Again, we think of, we've entered trade. So Holly enters the trade here, and the trade, while it spiked up a few times and was in the money, really most of the time it was living underwater, this trade. Our stop was way down here. And so Holly said, I'm not sticking around on this here. I'm exiting the trade now. All right. Because I don't want to stick around for the stop. And we could see that the trade never recovered. So we were fine. And while we didn't get to the stop, we were wasting time holding money there. All right. So that's what the reduced risk means. And then last but not least, in conservative mode, we have a stop hit. Stops protect us from losing all of our money. All right. And that's the way it works. Not every trade is going to work, but every stop will work as long as you have it out there. That's what conservative exit means. Moderate exit for Holly means this. She entered the trade and she held it till 3:55 p.m. That's it. Eastern time. She entered it and she held it. The only other thing in moderate that gets you out is a stop loss. So it's the only two exits in moderate. All right. It's stop or hold for the day. Not every day is a moderate risk day or risk on day. Not every day is a risk off day. So some days, if we're in a trending market, I think personally, people are going to want to adjust. Am I running a conservative mode today on the long strategies? Am I running a moderate mode? And these are the things that I think are important to be proactive when setting Holly in automation. Holly doesn't adjust on the fly in the sense that, all of a sudden, we had a gap up day and all the longs were working real well, all right, all day long. And then all of a sudden the market tanks for whatever reason. Holly doesn't really know the market tanks. She's not machine learning in that sense yet. She put out the bracket orders on the entry to your broker. We didn't hold those orders. So if and when you got that entry on your broker, your closing order to the upside is there with your broker. Your closing order to the downside is there with that broker. And this is where maybe human and machine come in too. You can say, boy, Holly's in this trade and I don't want her to exit in conservative mode. You might go in and say, go look at that upside order and you might want to cancel that and let that trade run. Or you might say, boy, this has really worked out well. I want to sell half this now and then let the rest work. You might go in, cancel that order that's there, sell half of it, and then put a new upside order in, or you might also say, hey, I don't like the stops that Holly's putting in today. Let me go and cancel those stops and put my own stops in. So human and machine. That's the point that I'm making here. So with that covered, all right, we come back to Brokerage Plus. And we're back here and we right click and we come back to that long instructions. All right. So again, we're back in Brokerage Plus, the Holly tab, right click, edit long instructions. This is all the long instructions. So this will edit everything for these trades right here that all say long. All right. So again, we make our decision, moderate or conservative. Now we decide, well, how are we going to position size? How much shares am I buying? How much money am I risking? We have three options for you. You can buy a fixed amount of dollars, saying buy $500 worth of stock every time. So we pick fixed dollars. We can put 500. We can put 100. We could put 150, whatever we want. If that's how you want to do it based on X amount of money, okay? We could say fixed shares, buy 150 shares every time, buy 1,000 shares every time, whatever you want for that. Or you can do based on stop loss. All right, this is personally how I like to do things. So I know I'm risking the same amount of money every time. So she will share size based on her stop loss, how many shares you're going to take. And you can decide, am I risking $100 per trade, $1,000 per trade? Am I risking $273 per trade? All right, you have to decide these items. All right, then we ask ourselves, what order type are we going in? Limit or market order? All right. If you're going in at a limit, you have to decide your offset. All right. If you do not understand these items, what a limit order is, what a limit offset is, what delta is, things like that, you got to do some research on these things. You have to understand market mechanics. These are things that we can't just hand you. You have to have some understanding of these things. And this is directed at everybody. All right. Not at any one person, but, again, you, this is work. This is a business. Trading is a business. It's not a job. You need to have a business plan and understand how this business plan unfolds. So you're going to select, are you limit or are you market? If you decide limit, how much outside that market price are you willing to get a fill? That means if your spread is 10 cents, are you willing to give up 10 cents to get into that trade? If the spread is 30 cents, are you willing to give up 30 cents to get in that trade? All right. How much delta, how much alpha are you willing to give up? Negative numbers mean that you're willing to give up more. A positive number means that you're willing to give up nothing to get into that trade. Essentially, a market order means just fill me. I don't care what the spread is. I don't care what the price is. So, there's dangers with these things. If you've got a stock that's a $5 stock and it's got a 30-cent spread, you don't want to get filled at the top of a 30-cent spread. You're never going to be able to make money like that, no matter what happens. So keep these things in mind. And then last but not least, our time and force. How are we doing that? These work all kind of normal, like any other time and force for setting up an order that sits out there to get filled. That's your long instructions. After you do all this, you're going to click save. All right. And then it's going to be saved just like that. Then you're going to right click and you're going to go to edit short instructions. Okay. And you're going to do the same exact thing in here. You're going to select your account. You're going to select moderate or conservative. You're going to select how your share sizing, so on and so forth for the short trades. Holly also has what we call reentries. So she gets stopped out. Sometimes that price comes back. We call it, second mouse gets the cheese kind of concept, meaning that it didn't work right away, but maybe Holly was early on that first entry. A second entry, you can always take it as we enable reentry. All right. Longs, enable reentry shorts. I would suggest everything with trading, go slow at first. I would skip reentries at the beginning. All right. Watch Holly, observe, see what's going on. Also, run her in a simulator first. As test drivers, you only have that option. No live automation of Holly in the test drive. And people that are frustrated about it, I'm sorry, but we have, thousands of people that sign up for these things. We have no idea what their experience is in trading, and we just cannot hand the keys to automation to people that have never traded a stock in their entire lives. It would be irresponsible of us. All right. With that said, that's essentially how you set those things up. Next, you got to enable. So we see these are all off. There's a few ways to enable. We can right click and individually enable a strategy. Now you see it's on. We could click, hold, and drag and enable everything. Whoop. And enable everything like that. Now we can enable or disable all 9 strategies. All right. So these are, you can select here, select shorts, longs, shorts. So we can select things that are like that as well. All right. So this is setting Holly in automation. This stuff is covered in our user guide. All right. And I also have a video that I did that goes over all this. I show it just like I did in the simulator. I'm going to share that video right now, and then I'm going to dive into the user guide real fast, and we're going to jump back into the questions again. So let me share this video that covers basically what I just did there. And you keep this video, bookmark it forever and ever and ever. Copy link address, paste, send to everybody. There you go. All right. Again, help, user's guide. Please use this user's guide. All right. As I said at the beginning, some of it's not always intuitive when we don't know what things mean, but as we go forward, we can start to search things. We can scroll down here. All right. Sections on everything, channel bar, alert windows, top list windows, multi windows, single stock window, charts, price alerts. We go on and on. There's an entire section on Holly. There's a whole section on auto trading right here. Okay. The list goes on and on and on. And if that's not good enough for you, you can click full table of contents and we have a search feature here and you can start searching for whatever you want in this user guide. This thing is super extensive. There are some repetitive things in it, but we made this for the masses, not for the individual. Everything is covered in this user guide. We update it constantly. Stephanie, who did it, did a very thorough job, went through every function of the software. As things get added, she updates all these items within this user guide. All right. Please, please, please use this user guide. All right. Again, it lives in the help menu. I'm going to share this link again here for you. All right. Paste, chat. There we go. Off to you all for the user guide. Please utilize that. All right. All right, next we're going to scroll down here. We're going to keep going with these. So and we covered that. Is there audio or text alerts for Brokerage Plus trading windows for when trades filled limit? Where are we with that stuff? There was something with alerts in here. Where is this? Sorry, I'm having a brain fart here with this because I never use any audio. Yes, there's some kind of audio that lives within here. Bear with me for a moment. Here, I'm stuck. I'm having a brain fart on where that is for the audio thing with Brokerage Plus. Send me an email here. Send us an email. I know we have something. I don't remember what it is exactly because I don't use audio alerts at all in Trade Ideas. I haven't used audio alerts in 3 years. Info at trade-ideas.com. I'll say this too. If you're connected to Interactive Brokers, for example, if you get a fill, you get a sale, anything like that, the little, well, whatever voice you choose, I have the English guy for Interactive Brokers. He'll say order filled or, order canceled, whatever it is. So there's those, tandem voice alerts like that. There's some alert. Gee whiz, Chris, come on, think. All right, send me an email there. I don't want to get caught up here. I'm sorry. I know there's something that lives within here for that for sure. All right, so watch those videos over and over again. They're all good. Thank you. Appreciate that, Michael. So I've gotten a lot of really nasty messages about my videos. So um, sorry, hold on. I have to click here something because I can see people are coming in and dropping bad links in here. Please don't click any links unless they're coming directly from me. I see some idiots in here. Sorry, bear with me. There's just got someone trying to drop bad stuff in here. All right, there we go. Do TI have videos on pre-market trading? We don't have videos on pre-market trading, but we have an entire pre-market channel here, Brian. So, if we scroll down, I think the pre-market channel is really great. We can click on that. All right. And again, you can go over with a right click everything that these scans that are trying to do. Something I think is really important for users to understand, and this is not a shot at anybody's intelligence or their knowledge or anything like that, but I think I wish we did this a little bit different. But so a lot of people get confused what gap is and change from close is. All right. And the reason is our gap filter will calculate an actual change from close in the pre-market. Once the market opens, the gap filter becomes static. All right. Meaning that a gap is simply the change of price from the close the previous day to the price of the next day. And that's it. It never calculates again after the open. Versus change from close constantly calculates what the stock has done currently from where it closed the previous day. All right. So a lot of people hear gappers and they think that they're going to build a gap scan and they're using the wrong filter set for live data, live market data versus pre-market data. So just keep that in mind that gappers in the pre-market don't necessarily mean that it's gapped into the regular hours. All right. But in here, we can see what we're looking for in these different scans. You're always welcome to make any adjustments and save them. Obviously, create your own scans. We have filters and alerts that don't work in pre-market for various reasons. All right. We have a PDF, all right, that we can share with you. So again, that info@trade-ideas.com. All right. Send us an email there saying, hey, can I get that PDF that tells me what does and does not work in the different market times? The general rule is this: if it works in the pre-market, it works in the post-market. Okay. Unless, of course, it says pre-market. Obviously, pre-market data doesn't transfer to post-market and vice versa. All right. So, but generally speaking, on that list, you can consider it, interchangeable in that sense with those items. All right. So that's where we have with that. Um, well, we don't have specific stuff that covers pre-market. I would suggest this to you, Brian. Barry opens the trading room at usually, I guess, around 8 Eastern. It used to be 9 Eastern. He doesn't go live on the mic till 9, but he goes over what he's looking at in the pre-market and why he's looking at that. So make sure you're in there with Barry going over those kind of pre-market things and why he's seeing things or what's an interest and things like that, Brian. That would be my suggestion to you for if you're looking for more kind of trader pre-market knowledge in that sense versus just scanning. Have you, TI, thought full trading journal or wait until you were starting to make profits? No, I started journaling very early, Michael. I used to journal every single trade. I just did a handwritten journal, why I got in, why I got out, what worked, what didn't work. One of the things that really helped me with my trading plan, establishing my trading plan, was my trading journal. And I started creating lists, why things worked and why they didn't work. And the reason my trades didn't work were always the same several reasons. And then so I learned what not to do. Stop doing the things that don't work. A lot of my stuff that didn't work is I was always chasing things. All of a sudden, I got a new high alert, and I was like, "Well, I'll just jump right into the stock because of a new high alert," instead of letting it set up. Do I miss trades like that? Yes, but I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate on the downside, is what I always tell people. So I'd create like T list, pro con lists, and things like that based on the trades and why things worked and didn't work. That's just personally what I did. We do have this calendar feature here that you can utilize. Again, more on any features that I go over. I know I'm just touching the surface on a lot of these features right now because I'm trying to get to everybody's questions as quickly as I can. Everything that you want to know goes into much detail in that user guide, so you can always circle back on that user guide. Of course, you can keep asking questions too here. I'll keep pushing forward on the questions that they get asked if you want more details. But we have this here. There are some limitations with this. It only looks at your simulated account for right now. That's it. We don't have a way to link it into a live account, unfortunately, yet. Will that happen? I'd like to believe so. Can I promise you that? Absolutely not. But we have this calendar here, so you have some information here, and then if we click on the dates, some items come up here that you can go over on these different items. Your fill time, your fill price on different stocks that you're looking at here for the calendar. All right, so there's a lot of good stuff that's in here that you can look at. Shares closed, shares bought, all these items like that, your profit, all these kind of things live in here. There are some things about the calendar that are intuitive, some that aren't, some things that we need to adjust for how data is displayed. Everything in Trade Ideas, work in progress. We have no finish line. There's never, the product's done, we're all set. We're never updating anything again because we have the master product. Always adding stuff. Are we always adding the stuff that specific individuals want? No, but when you have hundreds of people requesting hundreds of items a month, you just can't be everything to everybody. you know so we get to things that we can prioritize that are best for all users and the company at the same time. That's how that works going into the calendar. To touch on that for trading journal, Hey Chris, as a new user TI, can I go about using software by using pre-made channel bar? I mainly trade U.S. equities on intraday short-term basis. Yes, absolutely, V. I not very technical inclined to mess with so many settings. No, you don't need to be that technically inclined. First off, you've got all those scans, V, that I talked about with Barry shares. Barry's not some like big technical guru. Barry watches price and volume and resistance and support. That's it. Yeah, once in a while he looks at a VWAP or he'll look at a moving average and stuff like that. Especially if the moving average looks like it's been a big block for price action in the past. He'll Barry all the time. Look left on your charts. Look left literally means, this is what's happening here, what happened back here to see what happened here if it's going to reflect here, V. So, but Barry keeps it pretty simple. That's why I think you'll get a lot of benefit from being in that room with Barry because he's never telling you what to buy or sell. He'll tell you, look left, look left. What are you seeing on the chart? What are you seeing on the chart? You don't need it. He doesn't overcomplicate stuff, and I'm the same way. I have very few indicators on my charts, and I'm probably getting rid of all indicators at this point. All I need is price and volume. I don't care. The rest is all noise. Price, volume, and some support and resistance. That's all I care about. And the trend. What's the trend showing me? But you don't need to be some big technical guru to have anything, and you don't need any of that in building scans. That scan that I showed as an example before, my evening scan, I had very little stuff in that scan, as you could see. So, and I returned great ideas from it. Some weeks it's better than others. That's just how it goes, the ebbs and flow of any trading in life. So hopefully that kind of covers what you're looking for. And of course, you can keep pressing and asking more questions, more details there, V. K2. There's a lot, but not all of the time. We need to do a lot. Work setup, workplace, unless we need to adjust another way. Well, that's it, and that's K2 to piggyback on what your comment there is that that's why I say have multiple layouts. Listen, I have a layout for pre-market. I don't really trade pre-market anymore. I have a layout for regular market times, and I have a layout for post-market times. Right? I used to actually have two intraday layouts too because I had a set of scans that I liked from one time to another time, and then I had another set of scans that worked from another time to another time. I don't really run trading like that anymore. My point being is, you know you can't hurt the software, do that, make things, create things. Doesn't work, move on to the next thing. In 2 days and this morning, I'm almost ready to go. But again, the software can do, yeah, it can. It can. It really can. Is there a dark mode for charts? Yes, V, there's a dark mode for charts. So we can right click a chart. All right. We go to properties and we can go dark theme. Also, we can right click a chart. All right. Let me get rid of dark theme. And again, all this is covered in our user guide. I can right click a chart. Let me expand this chart because I want to really show you what's going on here. I can right click a chart and I can go to chart style. All right. And I can go to color and grid and I can change my background to blue and I can have a color gradient with it. Now I can take a gradient on or off. All right. And I can change the text of the prices. All right. I can change the color of the date here. All right. I can change the status line colors. I can change the color of my candles. All right. I can change the color of the outline of the candles here. All right. The outline and the wick. All right. We can change the watermark here. How we want that watermark to look. All right. We can change how opaque it is. All right. So these are all things that we can do with charts here that are like that. All right. Um, Perfect. Thanks. How do you change pre-made scan settings if you were setting up as a new topless? I'm trying to edit a few criteria. Again, right click. So get rid of this. Let's click on a channel that I believe has some topless in it. So short squeeze I know has got some topless in it. So we right click anything again, right click, configure. First thing we do is we can come to the window specific filters and decide, do I like anything in here? Do I not like it? Simply get rid of the field if you don't like it. Click that out. You're done. Come search for what you want. You want to add, volatility percent. Add filter. You select it. Add filter. Throw your values in there. All right. If you're having trouble understanding what these values mean, what they'll do to a scan, magnifying glass right in the middle. Show me stocks where the volatility is at least 545%. What does this whole mean? What does volatility mean? Again, right click that icon, help, bang. Going to take me right to volatility. All right, going to give me an explanation right here. So right here up at the top, volatility is a measure of how quickly stock's price changes. Typically, we're using 15-minute periods moving forward. All right, gives you a whole explanation, some examples that are all there. Again, if you're having trouble understanding what any of this means, Google search is always your friend, and that info at trade-ideas.com is always your friend. All right, let's get back to this here. And I don't want to make a new top list from scratch either, rather just edit pre-one. So yeah, that's exactly how you edit. And after you edit it, when you're done editing that top list, right click, save or share to cloud. Boom, it's saved. You got it forever and ever and ever. These videos are free and on daily basis. They'll get you there. Also, email support is very great and fast. Thank you. Appreciate hearing these things from you, K2. Moses, I need a scan for pre-market analysis to find stocks with gap plus strong momentum filters. Float price, I know. What other filters can you recommend? Relative volume, 2-minute volume, other volumes. All right, so Moses, this is where I'm going to recommend some stuff. So I talked about volume filters that don't work. I think top lists are great for pre-market time. So I'm going to make a top list right now for everybody. All right, and I'm going to share it with you, and we'll call this a pre-market top list. So window-specific filters. Let's get rid of all the nonsense. I'm going to set up a price range. What I set up in here, you guys can all change after I'm done when I share it with you, but I'm going to, for this purpose, all right, we're going to go $1 as a minimum. All right. We're going to use no change from close. Relative volume does not work in the pre-market. And everybody's going to say, oh man, that's a real bummer. Yeah, I know it's a bummer, but here what we got instead, it almost works exactly the same as volume today in a percent. So see this volume today percent works almost exactly the same. These are how these two filters work. Very important, I think, for people to understand, okay? Relative volume is a ratio, all right? It's saying that this stock did this many times amount of volume that it was doing over the last however many days. So hold on, I want to get out of this list and we're going to build it together again in a minute. But what I want to show you is this. Relative volume here as it's shown. This is saying that at this period of time right now, if this volume keeps up exactly the pace that it is right now, we are on pace to do 7.57 times normal volume of 10 days at the current pace that we're at, all right? As a ratio, the volume percent today is just going to say, hey, we have done this much volume as compared to the last 10 days, over the last 10 days. So what I want to do here is if I come to configure and volume percent today, show column. All right. And we're going to go back in history, and this is all going to come together with building the scan here. So please bear with me, because I want to show you the difference between these and how they're used and why you can use this in the pre-market and why it's so amazing. So now we see here on this, all right, I'm going to expand this out nice and big. All right. This volume percent today column, all right, this is telling me that this stock has done 1.8% of what it normally does on volume for today at this given period right now. That's what it's actually done compared to its last 10 days. This one's done 1,800 times. This one's done 3,000 times what it's normally doing. This one's done 2,800 times. This one's done 89 times. All right. Now, what does this mean? This is what it means. Your baseline is 100. So 100 means we've done normal volume as expected to this point in the day over the last 10 days. All right. So if we have 1,000 there, that means we've done 10 times the amount of volume. So this means here, this 3,000 means we've done 3 times to this point what we're normally doing for volume based on 10 days. All right. So it's just like a relative volume filter, only in the sense that this is saying, hey, this is what we've done. Where relative volume is saying, hey, this is what we've done, and if we continue this pace, this is where we're headed. Now, relative volume, all right, continuously updates throughout the day because we can slow down on volume, and now the ratio goes down. Where this doesn't stop because we've done it. We know this is where we're at on volume. We can't change. We can't take back the volume that we've done already. So that's where volume percent today can be great in the pre-market. So again, we can right-click and come to the configure of the scan, all right? And we've added this volume percent today. And so let's try to think about it reasonably. You know, if 100 is our baseline, all right, what if we've done in the pre-market, we've done 25% of what we've, 25% of what we're normally doing on a given day, just in the pre-market alone. This might be saying to us, hey, this stock has got a little more interest in the pre-market right now than it normally has at any given time over the last 10 days. Let's pay attention to this stock essentially. All right. Now I'm using 25 as an arbitrary number. You're going to plug in what you want afterwards if you don't like what I've got for there, but we're building a template together that's going to work in the pre-market for us. All right. But we also want to see shares that are liquid in general. As we talked before about relative volume, I could put a 10 in the relative volume filter, but if something trades 1 share a day, 10 times 1 share a day is 10 shares. I don't want to look at something that trades 10 shares. So we also want to see stuff that's got some liquidity in it going on today. So maybe we put 2,500 shares in there for the day for the pre-market. All right. So now we're saying to the scan, show me stocks where the price is between $1 and no maximum. Also show me stocks where the price of the volume, we're at least 25% of that normal volume. Remember, 100 is our base, but we want to see, you don't need to see stuff that's maybe above normal yet. All right. In the pre-market, we just want to see stuff that's, got some interest in it, more so than it usually should have at any given point in any given day of a pre-market. All right. That's what we're looking at here. All right. And now we've said, at least 2,500 shares for the day on that. All right. The next is going to be kind of the secret sauce of this. We have what we call a sort tab. All right. And in this sort tab, we're going to tell this scan, I want you to return me. Let's just pretend that this scan can return 1,000 stocks, but I only want to see the top 100 that are meeting it right now. We can tell it, how are we going to tell it to return those top 100 stocks? This sort is. So our change from close, we want to see the stuff that's up now also based on the filters that we're telling to bring it in. So we're using this change from close saying these are the stocks that we want to look at. All right. With the biggest change from close on top. So these are essentially what might just be gapping up when the market technically opens. So we've got this change from close here. All right. And we're going to keep this very, very simple, just like this. I don't think we need anything else because should be a scan you're only going to need to run in the pre-market. Don't run this in regular market times. It's going to return a ridiculous amount of stuff that has no bearing in regular market. I think has no bearing in regular market. And so we're going to click OK. And we're going to give this a name, and we're going to call it test drive pre-market. All right. Before I share this out, one other thing that we can look at here. We have other volume metrics if you want to look at. I'm going to bring this up really fast. VOLUME. All right. Here's some other volume metrics we can use with a top list. All right. We got a 5-minute on a percent, 10-minute, and 15-minute. These all work very similar to what I've described in volume already. You might say, well, what time frame it's on? If we don't say a time frame, 10 days is your time frame that the average is taken off of. So this is going to work saying, hey, this is the percent that we're expecting over 10 days based on that average. So again, working percents for this 5-minute volume, if I decide to add this to a scan, and those volume metrics all work in the pre-market, a 100 is our baseline, meaning we're doing normal volume over the last 5 minutes of what's expected over 10 days. A 200 is 2 times. 1,000 is 10 times. All right. Anything below, for example, 50, we're doing half of what we're expecting to be doing over the past, 10 days. All right. So that's how that works. All right. So we could add something like this, and we could put 100 in here saying, over a given 5-minute span of time, we want to see we're doing normal volume. All right. For example, for this exercise, I'm leaving this out, but this goes back to you, Moses, to add other volume metrics that you may want to have in the scan aside from just some shares and its percent of volume traded today compared to that 10 days. So hopefully this all makes sense. I'm not going to add that, but again, there's a lot of other things. If you want to add these things in here, if you want to make sure that the stock is optionable, you can add an options volume in there and just give it, put a 1 in there. So for example, options volume and contract, we don't care how many contracts are being traded. We just want to know that it's optionable. We can add that filter, and we could just throw a 1 in here just so we know any stock that gets returned is optionable like that. All right. Again, we're going to save this out, test drive, pre-market. We're sorting on the biggest change from close. All right. And then we're going to look at a history of this, and we're going to go back. We're going to time frame, right click, use historical date. All right. Let's take a look at stuff at 7:45 a.m. Eastern on 210. We're going to press OK. And these are the stocks that met this criteria here and what they were doing at that time. All right. And we can go on and see if any of these did anything on that day, Let's scroll in, and we're looking at, what do we say, the 10th. So here's what this did on the 10th after everything was said and done. All right. Again, here's what this did on the 10th after all was said and done. Again, here we go. This is what was going on at that time. We can come back in time frame. We can go back to historical date, and let's take a look at what it's doing at 8:45 a.m. that day. A lot more stocks were coming through now. And so we can take this and say, I wasn't seeing enough stocks in the pre-market at that time. Maybe I want to adjust some of these filters because I want more data during that pre-market, and we can see, what was the total of shares. This thing had traded 6 million shares to this point in the pre-market at that time. This thing had only traded, let's find 3,000 shares. I mean, 8:45. Now look at that chart. Is that something anybody's interested in a day trade? Certainly not me. Maybe you are. I don't know, But again, this is how this scan is going to return and what these kind of ideas, and we're going to, trial and error and go forward. So I'm going to share the scan out, right click, save or share to cloud. So I'm clicking save and share. I'm copying this URL, copy, paste. I know I'm behind on questions. I'm trying to go as fast as I can. Like I said, I could do this for a month and you guys won't have everything. So there that is. There we go at that to download version. Jan, you want 5.5.63. You always want to be on our beta. All right. So sorry. I'm deaf. You want so let's go. Hold on. Let me do it like this. Got to go to a different chat here, and that's not going to let me do that either. All right. Beta 5.5.63. All right, there we go. Latest version has race car scan. Very neat. Yep. On beta. All right. Will Holly recommend? Always, Holly will put out a stop loss, an intraday stop loss, Eagle Trader. Every trade that she has will have a stop loss. I'm confused on how to set up Holly. Could you quickly explain it, how to open it? Yes, V again. Holly, new. AI Holly strategy trades window. And there you are. You have Holly here. All right. And again, you want more on Holly. We come to help, user guide. All right. Here's our user guide. We can scroll down and all about Holly right here for us. So again, Holly user guide. I'm going to copy this link address. You're going to get that specific spot for Holly. All right. Very important. That's where our user guide is going to really, really come in handy. Here's a video that I did on Holly a little over a year ago. The only thing in this video, please keep in mind, is that it was done when Holly was in 4 different channels. As I keep mentioning, Holly, just one Holly. That's all you need to think of as Holly, is one Holly. You can watch this video here. Let me share it out. It's about a 16-minute video here. All right. Do you have to reconnect Brokerage Plus if you update the trade manually, or does it matter because you're in Brokerage Plus account? Once you're connected to Brokerage Plus, that's it. You'll connect each day. We're all working on a function that, leaves you auto connected if you want, or reconnects when you're open. But, once you're connected to Brokerage Plus, that's it. You're in here. You just have to select the account. That's it. If you need there, Marilyn, hopefully that makes sense on to your question. And like I said, you connect to the broker here. Here's where you select your broker. This is one spot you select your account. If you're selecting an account on Holly, you select the account in the instructions here again. All right. If you have your own strategies that you've created that are in here, right click, edit trading strategy. You select the account here. All right. Same thing. All right. That all works like that for Brokerage Plus there. And again, we have a whole Brokerage Plus guide. It's, all right there in the user's guide. Brokerage Plus, we come back here. All right. Brokerage Plus right here, whole section on Brokerage Plus for you on that user guide. Trying to plow through some of these program season Python. All right. Sorry, just kind of still scrolling through. Is there a guide that explains the theme, concept, strategies for each channel? Considering we only have a few weeks to try TI, which channels would you recommend focus on? So Samuel, yes. Again, help, channel description. All right. And bring this over. We've made some edits, some really recent edits on some of the channels. So perhaps there's something here that's not in the channels anymore, but generally speaking, it's all right here for you. We're going to try to get this updated, as soon as possible, but it's all right in here. I would recommend a channel simply based on what you were looking for to get out of the software. So start to look at those themes and what they mean, all right, and how that's going to affect you. Right click each individual scan, go into the scan, look at what it's looking at between the Windows specific filter and the summaries here, all right? And you've got the help function again here to show me all these things, all right? So that's where that stuff is going to live. We're good there. An email saying open 14 now. So Leon, again, sorry, I know this came in about half an hour ago. Our usernames are case sensitive. If you're having trouble logging in, look at the welcome email that you got. Look at your username. Are there capital letters in there? Got to make sure you get the capital letters right on those emails. If you're having trouble logging in, again, info at trade-ideas.com. Email us there saying, hey, I'm still having trouble logging in. Please let me know what's going on here, and we'll get you an email out what's going on for that. All right. But look at the username when you go to account, all right, and you go to log in. What is your username here? Make sure that the capitalization on every part of this. I've seen people put a capital C on the .com, and then they couldn't figure out logging in because they weren't putting the capital C when they logged in. Got to make sure capitalizations are correct for logging in. Very important. All right. I get that, Eagle Trader. This is what I tell people when they're overwhelmed. Think about who you are as a person and what you're trying to find on charts. Then start going scan by scan throughout the day. What these scans are returning. What are the filters? Are there position and range filters? If you're someone that doesn't care about what's happening in 20 days, a scan that has a 20-day position and range filter isn't going to be for you probably. These are the things to ask yourself questions and then answer your questions. And that's, I think, the best way to get focused. What am I specifically looking for? And then how am I going to find it on the scans that are created for me? We've got hundreds of scans that are created between the channels and Barry. So I get that it's frustrating, but as the days go on, you're hanging out in the trader's room, it's gonna come together for you. People think 2 weeks isn't a long time, but all of a sudden, as these 2 weeks go by and you've got, you had this weekend to work with it, you've got the evenings to work with it, and then you get next weekend to work with it before going into that second full trading week, you're gonna find, your niche in this. You're gonna begin to find your niche in that. No, there's no 10-second chart. 1 minute, right click time frame, 1 minute's it on charts. That's as low as we're going. Is there an audio icon on the tool? Yeah, this icon right here, that's your audio on and off. That's the master audio on and off. All right. Thank you. Does TI keep track of personal analytics? If not, do you have any suggestions? Like I said, the only personal analytics that we keep track of is going to be in the calendar of Brokerage Plus. I kind of went over this already, but again, to touch on it real fast again, it's just for simulated trading. Outside of that, you'll have to ask your broker for a list of what you've done. Syllabus on that. I'm not sure if you keep it like that. There are trading journal softwares out there. I don't know any of them. I've never used any of them. I've just been told about them. So you can do a little research on that. I don't have any suggestions or insight on that. Sorry to share with you there, big fish. Can you share us all three layouts? I'm not sure which all three layouts, Eagle Trader. If you can come back on that again with me, what you mean by all three layouts. I'm not sure if you mean the scans, these charts. I can share this out, file, load from cloud. I can give you these charts here. I have a few things that I can share. So I created a test drive layout the other day. So I can share this. Here's a layout for anybody that wants. I don't really remember what we created in it, but there's just a test drive layout. All right, that I created as an exercise with some people the other day. Here's a set of charts like I've got those three linked together. I can share this here. Right click, copy, paste. All right, so share those out. Those are some things I can offer to share with you. Thank you, Beta. Beta works fine. Coming up, we're catching up here. We're finally catching up. Can we change the candlesticks to? No, Edward, we don't have those for candlesticks. Here's what we have. Right click. If you got to be on our beta, right? Right click, chart styles. Here's our style. We offer candlestick, line. Let me move this so you can see what's happening here. Line charts. We offer bar charts. We offer area charts. We offer high-low close, and we offer open high-low close. All right, that's what we offer for charts, for chart styles. This is all just added. I can't say whether or not any of these other candlestick patterns and things like that will come into play, but that's what we have to offer. And again, I cannot stress enough. Right click. Everything's a right click in here. If you don't understand something, you come across it. User guide, user guide, user guide. 100% get into that user guide. All right. And of course, keep asking questions here. I'll keep plugging at the questions, of course, but at some point I won't be live for everybody today, and you're going to have questions still, and you're going to need to utilize that user guide. Thanks, that helps. Did you state that Holly isn't live for test drive participants? Is there anything else that isn't available? No, Holly is live for test drive participants. What you cannot do is live automate Holly. You can simulate automate Holly. All right, so you can come here. All right, you can come to Brokerage Plus. All right, you can go to the AI. All right, the AI tab. We can go to those edit long and short instructions, just like I shared in that video earlier. All right, and you can follow that along with that video. I do it in our simulator, and you can set the whole simulator up like that. Turn on those strategies for simulated trading, and you'll get simulated trading results for Holly. The thing is tough for us, for anybody in simulation, to account for is spread. All right, so keep in mind there's just some things that cannot be simulated for. That's just how it is. It's impossible. There is no direct simulation for live market. It just doesn't work like that. You're never going to really know what your fill was, but you can safely assume, or safely surmise, I should say, that if most of Holly's alerts are, not really spready, 1, 2, 3 cent spreads, you're looking at pretty much being in line with what Holly would be live at that point. If she has a lot of alerts, and there's no way to know any of this, if she has a lot of alerts that have 5, 7, 8, 10 cent spreads, that's harder to simulate. You just can't simulate those things, unfortunately. All right, so that's how that goes, Edward. Like I said, what you can't do is hook her up live to your account in the test drive, but you can hook her up to the simulated trading. Barry scans online change weekly. No, Juan, Barry, if Barry adds a scan, he'll throw it in there, but he doesn't change the scans. Or if he changes the scan, he will update it. How do you quickly remove search filters from Windows specific filters? I have a bunch I don't use and I just want them gone. This is how you do that. All right. So this is what I want everybody to do here. This goes for you, V, and anybody else. You can save things as a default. All right. And things are going to work like this. If you're trying to edit a scan already, there's really not much that you can do, because you're editing it based on, so we right click and we come to the scan, we're editing it based on what's in there. There's no master get rid of it right away. But what we can do is this. If you watch when I press hide unused, see how so much of this stuff is gone? It's what stays is based on what columns are here. So if I get rid of columns, all right, watch this. First thing I'm going to do is this. I'm going to come right click, come to configure. And I'm going to come to columns. I'm going to get rid of a bunch of these columns that I don't care about. We'll just pretend I'm randomly selecting columns I don't care about. All right. Now I got rid of those columns. Now come back to Windows specific filter, click hide unused. That's how we got rid of all that unused stuff that's like that. What you can do is, if you're building top lists, all right, and you're starting with new a lot, all right, come to top lists, all right. Come to the Windows specific filter. First thing, or come to the columns first, actually. Come to columns first. Get rid of any columns that are there as a default that you don't care about, all right? Select them, move them left to right, whatever you want, all right? Then come back to the Windows specific filters. Get rid of all the data that's in there. Get rid of those. Then press your hide unused, okay? come to summary and name it. I've named mine default top list. All right. And so what I have here is a default top list that every time I load a new top list, this is how a top list will start. All right. So I come to the columns, I make sure that I've got them set up the way that I want. If I want to sort, I can set it up like this, and you can change this default at any time. But for this exercise, this is what we're doing for this default. This will go for charts. This will go for alert windows, multi-windows, single stock windows. Saving any, making an edit to something and saving it as default means every time I open a new one, this is how it will open. So I've saved this. I've got this like this. There's no filters. These are the few columns that I'm interested in having like this. All right, this is what I'm doing here. I press OK. I press OK. And then if I go right click and I go save as default, every time I open a top list, this is how this top list will open, just like this. And so it's bare bones, and I can really have at it with my search and come in and add columns if I want to add the column, and so on and so forth. That's what I suggest there for you there, V. All right, so that's in how you'll get that hide unused will function better for you if you're starting with a new top list. Like I said, if you're going with a top list that already is pre-configured, you'll right click. First, you'll come into the columns and get rid of columns you're not interested in. Select, get rid of. You can grab them together, select, get rid of, grab them together, select, get rid of all the columns you're not interested in. Then come to Windows specific filter, click hide unused, and anything not used will disappear for you. All right. I think we're catching up here. Is there different trading rooms for people that are wanting to hang with people that are trading the same type swing trades? No, what there is there's different tabs, Big Fish, inside the main trading room for swing ideas, for off topic, for technical talk, all those things like that. So you know, Barry's just going to talk about things in general. And then people that are typing out and having conversations among themselves can do it in those specific theme tabs within the traders room. The traders room is locked right now, so I can't get in there to show you. Yes, I can. I can get in there. Hold on. Let me trading room. The room. Click to enter. All right, so really fast. This is what the trader room is going to look like. I'm not sharing my screen, but the screen will be shared here, and you have, look, stocks only, off topic, your swinging tab, technical support, the different subscriptions we offer. Barry's homepage is right here. All right. And then Barry will have some pinned stuff up here about things he's watching, he's discussing, he's looking at. All right. And then, you know, here's where you type and you can go back and forth between all the different items that are here. There's some other functions that you'll have up here that you won't, that I have that you don't have, things like that. So, and that's kind of how that works for the traders room. All right. So there we go. Anything we customize during the 2 weeks carries over, right? Yes. Nope. You don't have to rebuild anything. Just make sure this, because I see this happen all the time, Dominic. People create a test drive account, all right, and then they, for some reason, they go to sign up and they create a new account with a different username, and all that stuff won't be there. So that's, you know, just make sure that you stick with the same username and save everything to the cloud that you have. Save it to the cloud, save it locally. All right. You'll never go wrong by doing any of that stuff. All right. Dominic. So just make sure you do that, because I see people all the time. They'll create one username that'll be like their name or their email address with their name or something like that. And then they create a second username that doesn't have the email address, just the name on it. And, you know, all these accounts act individually with each other. We cannot merge accounts. It's something that we're not allowed to do. There's a whole bunch of rules and regulations behind because of data and stuff. So, you know, if people create 3 individual accounts, it sometimes creates a havoc for us, making sure that they're activating the right account or have the paid subscription on the right account, so on and so forth, Dominic. But anything you do here on the account that you've created, so, you know, you want to know your account name, go account. All right. Connected as whatever, you know, your login or whatever it is, you have all your information there. And then also all your information, if we come to, again, on our homepage, this login here, that's your account management page. You can check out a lot of stuff that's there, a lot of tools that are there. You know, that's how that works there. All right. So all that information's right in there. All right. More questions coming in. How do I toggle visual audio alerts when I tabbed out of TI? So audio alerts are only going to work for Holly alert windows, your A windows, your multi windows, and your price alert windows. To get to any, topless, because there's no topless are just cycling all the time. So there's no alert for that, or there's no audio alert. But what you can do for any window that you want to add that has the ability to add audio alerts, you're going to right click, all right, properties. Why am I not finding it? Oh, because I'm on not an alert window. I'm on a top list. Ha, Chris, great. All right, alert window, A list. Right click, properties, actions. Make sure play sound is checked. Set up sound. You'll make your sound selection. Text to speech, obviously very popular for a lot of people. You can select that. All right, you'll press OK, and you've got your audio alert there. You have the ability to import through Windows custom sounds if you want. This only works on the Windows downloadable app, but you can go click use custom sound, select that sound. You're going to have some Windows knowledge and things like this. This goes outside of trade ideas technically, but if you have a voice alert or a sound alert or something that you want, you've recorded, you've downloaded from somewhere, you uploaded from somewhere, you can select that alert and you can add that to you can add that to whatever you want here. All right, so that's how you can do that. um, and then you selected the custom, you've put the file in there, and then you pressed OK again, and that's how you can get that. Visual wise, there is only one thing. There's only one thing you can do for visual. Again, it works with alert windows and Holly and multi windows. I do not suggest doing this if you have windows that are very busy and very chatty. I only suggest doing this if you have a window that only alerts a few times a day that always has quality alerts. Right click, properties, again, actions, and we have this item down here, show alert window. If you have that checked, every time the alert window makes an alert, all your focus, whatever you're doing, gets stolen and jumps right to that alert window. So if you have a window that's constantly sending out alerts, it's going to interrupt you're not going to be able to do anything else. You're not going to be able to click anywhere. So that's how that works. All right. Other than that, you got to have the windows displayed to see stuff. That's the only other function. And again, I wouldn't suggest using that on something that's sending you, 5 alerts a minute. No such thing as scanning for stocks with news catalysts within the last 24 hours. Um, I would say this. What you can do is the single stock window here that we have. Again, you're looking for a single stock window. We can go new, single stock window. You can have as many of them as you want loaded. All right. You can right click, or not right click, excuse me. You can go to news. It's a news tab that's powered by a Google News API. All right. We're working on better news. What that means at the end, I can't say for sure. We will never be a Bloomberg desk for news. We're never going to be the breaking news source. All the traders here that work here, we all feel very strongly about news. Generally, our opinion on news is who cares? The news doesn't matter to us. I never look at news. I look at news if I'm bored. I don't care about news. I don't care why a stock did what it did. It's 100% irrelevant to me. I get that there are many traders that want news. They love news. They're going to have their news. We do understand that as a software, as a company. So we have news. We're trying to improve that news the best that we can without also paying an exuberant amount for that news, because news costs money. And this way we don't pass that cost on to you all through via subscription. So what we have here is not what we'll have forever. It's not the best. We recognize that. We are working on a way to get better news. All right. But what better news means exactly, that's between the managing partners and the development team and me as someone in support. All I can do is support what we have here. That's, I don't get a say in these things. But that's what we have to offer for news right now. So whether it's 24 hours or not, I can't say, but obviously this is going to continuously update as things happen, as news comes out. All right. Some will relate to the stock specifically. Some of it's going to relate to words within the stock. And that's really, what I have to offer on news. Please don't shoot the messenger on that. All right. No news filter right now. I just noticed a TSA, etc. on the top left window. They all specifically refer to something. Yes, V, they all refer to something. An A means alert window. A T means a top list. S means single stock. M means multi-window. All right, so there's a multi-window. What's a multi-window? A multi-window is taking a bunch of alert windows and sticking them into one window together to save space. All right, and then we have a P window. All right, price alerts window. We have a price alerts window. And again, I can go into in depth about any of these if people have specific questions on them, but also, help, user guide, head to the user guide. There's a section on literally every one of these. Again, I'm going to bring over the user guide really quick. Here we go. Look, A window, T window, multi, S, all right? Price alerts. We talk about sound alerts, alerts and filters, what they all mean, indicators, all this stuff is all right in here for you. All right, right there at your leisure, at your convenience, all those things like that. So that's where it goes. Glad a lot of you are finding this helpful. I know people are coming and going. I'm trying to get to everybody as fast as I can here. Um, Understood. Use it on some screen well, filters well. Mike C, what's happening, Mike C? I don't know that I'm a world-renowned anything, but cheers to you as well, my friend. I use news highs or news lows. All right, so I news too. Yeah, new highs, new lows. I get what you're saying there. So yeah. So all right, I'm caught up on questions. Holy cow! Sorry. I know that some of those questions took me a long time to get through. If you're still with me and I didn't get to your question or I didn't get to it in depth enough, please fire those questions in here for me again. All right, and I'm going to circle back in those. If you have more questions, let me know. If not, I have some thoughts and ideas to cover some more basic stuff for us. But if you can all bear with me, I just want to take a quick break here, rest my vocal cords for a minute as I've been shouting out at you for about 2 hours here nonstop. So just give me one moment. I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm going to put up a back in 5 minutes. Don't hold me to it though. Could be 4 minutes, could be six. Thanks. All right. Just throwing myself on mute real fast. All right. And I'll be right back for you folks. And thank you all for hanging out with me here. All right. All right, I'm back, everybody. Thank you for your patience on that. Just needed to make a cup of tea, a pot of tea, and rest my voice for a minute here. All right, so let's see. We had some questions coming back in again. Let's see. How do you link charts to the S window? Want charts to populate stock after putting it? All right, so this is how we do this linking. And again, this will all be in the user's guide as well for us, but to cover linking really fast, we can select something and we'll look for in properties, symbol linking. Here's a check mark. We can check or uncheck to make sure that we are linked or not linked. All right. And then we can link to specific items. So link to all, or we can link to a green group, a red group, a gold group, or a purple group. All right. So by linking to a red group, for example, all right. And so this is red here. You can see the red, all this red. All right. You can see this is blue here. Right click. If we go to symbol linking here, we can see we're linked to all. All right. Now, if I right click and I go to symbol linking and I link this to green now, when I click here, it's not affecting those charts, but it is affecting this because this is linked to all. Now, if I right click this, and again, I go to use symbol linking, we can check or uncheck here on the S window. All right. And if all of a sudden I link this to red, now only the reds are going to work together. So if I press, let's see, Apple in here. All right. Now my charts go to Apple, right? Okay. And then we can see here that because this is linked to all, this will change these items here. All right. And so that's how that works like that. So hopefully that makes sense there, V. Let me know if not. And again, we can go over that a little bit more for the linking. And again, in the user's guide, do you know if filtering is bound to chronological order, meaning your scans hit the first filter, comes up with the stock, and then the second, so on? No, it's bound on all filters must be met at the same time. A stock won't populate unless all the filters are met. There's no, we're going to show you only half your filters at this point. So that's how that goes, Michael. There's no, there's no anything. Every filter must be met for a stock to get alerted or to appear on, or to appear on a top list. All right. So there's no like halfway of filters met. They're met or they're not met. Um, can you give us your thoughts? Use case for racing. How would a trader use racing on a typical day? So yes, Samuel, I think trading is I think racing is really great for intraday trading. To give you an example of how it would be used is this. All right. With top list, we can look at this whole data set and say, all right, but I don't know if anything's really moving for stocks. I don't want to click every individual chart, like trying to figure out real fast, going back and forth with what's going on. All right. Let me see what I can do with something here. I want to get rid of some things because I want to bring up maybe one of the racing channels and see if that can illustrate what I want to show you here or not. One of the issues that I run into is because we're not, we're on the weekend, we're not live market data right now. I can't show a live race and I can't show recorded races. I can't go back in history on races. So let's go new doc channel bar. Bring up the stock racing channel. Yeah, not going to go with what I want it to do. What I want to illustrate here is let me see if I can find a screenshot that I have. Find a screenshot. Sorry, just bear with me a moment for this racing here. All right, a screenshot going here. Give me 1 second. It's an old screenshot, but we're going to make this work. All right, let's zoom in. All right, now I know it's a little blurry, so bear with me on that, but this is what I have to work with. All right, So what I'm trying to illustrate here is this with the stock racing. All right. We've got this top list and we see all these stocks on the top list, but it's in a table form when we're on the top list. And, how do we interpret that data? What does that mean to us? What's moving? Well, we can say, all right, I got the stocks that I want to look at based on certain filters. All right. But now, how do I know what's actually moving? Well, the race will tell us what's moving based on what we want to select from a column. So, for example, in one of the races that I do, there's a 1 minute change percent. So I can look at the stocks that are moving the most over the last 1 minute. And even though all the stocks meet my filter criteria, one might be moving more than another stock. So, this is a way to see which one is making a move. And, if it starts giving up the move, it'll go backwards, and something else starts taking over the lead, it'll move up, and they'll go in a descending order about which is doing what. And that's how I've been using the races to find stuff like, all right, great. I've got these 15 stocks that meet my top list. They all have a good relative volume. They've all traded enough shares. Maybe I'm using an RSI filter. So they all meet all these filters, but great. It's in a table form. How does that make any sense to me? We go back and we'll go new and a top list and pressing OK here just to get a random top list. And, I've got all these things that are here. Let me get a historical date here. All right, great. I've got all this stuff here, but what the heck does any of this mean? I mean, like, I understand that, whoops, all these stocks are meeting my criteria and they're all doing stuff, and I can see things here. You know what I mean? I can see what the change from open it is and all this stuff. But what's moving right now? What's actually moving this second? Well, can take a column. For me, like I said, I've been using a change 2 minute percent column, and I've been putting it into the races. And now I know over the last 2 minutes, these are the stocks that meet all my criteria here, making the move now. And as you click on any stock, any car, it'll load into your chart at that time, and you can say, oh yeah, it's moving, but it's running right into resistance, or it's moving, but I don't think I like that chart, or whatever it happens to be. Obviously, the scans return us the ideas, they refine the information and return us the ideas, and then as traders, we need to make the decision from there. And that's how that works. All right, so hopefully that makes sense as far as the case use on the racing. And that's, you start those races when you want. There's a lot of things that you can start. Again, I really recommend getting into the user's guide as well in the off time outside of these live streams to take a look at what we're showing in those races. There's recorded races in there and things like that that'll go over how all those functions work and how the setup works. So that, again, if I didn't touch enough on that, Samuel, make sure you pop another question in there about that. All right, so we're talking about programming there. What is the name of the pen app that you use to write on my screen? It's called Epic Pen. I think that's what it's called, right? Yeah, Epic Pen, EPIC Pen. It's a free tool. I mean, there's a paid version, obviously, but we just use a free one here that I downloaded. Oh, someone popped in here and put it already. More than what they asked for in price program by data. Thank you. Important. Does Holly start up every morning before the bell? No, Holly. I mean, Holly won't alert anything, Brian, till live market hours. That's the only way. That's the only way you're getting alerts from Holly. Holly doesn't work in the pre-market. She's loaded, she's set, ready for the bell. But the earliest alert you're ever going to see from Holly is 5 minutes after the opening bell, Brian. That's the absolute earliest for Holly is going to work ever. No, Big Fish, we don't have level 2. You'd need that from your broker. We just, all of our stuff, all of our quotes are based on level 1 data. Can't type a stock into a chart, correct? Even after unlinking, it freezes on what it was already. No, you can click on the chart and start typing. Just click on the chart and literally start typing, and it should go for you there, Juan. And that's it. So, all right, we're again quickly caught up on questions this time. Man, I was behind questions by about 45 minutes before you guys were bombarding me. And I see you guys, I don't know if it's you or who, but there's a ton of people throwing in emails, and Stephanie is pumping out the email responses right now. We're firing on all cylinders here at Trade Ideas. So, all right. If no other questions are coming in right now, let's think, what direction do we want to head with things? I think something that'll be a good tool, and I did this the other day with a bunch of users, and everybody wants a layout and things like that, and how do we build a layout? So what I want to do is I want to build a layout with everybody right now on screen. We're going to build this layout together, all right? So we're going to get rid of all this stuff here, all right? And the way we're going to build this layout is we're going to build it from the channel bar here, and we're going to walk step by step, building this layout together. So the first step in this layout is obviously going to be, we want to get charts, all right? So we go new, all right? Let's go chart window. And don't hesitate if you guys have questions, girls have questions, you aliens have questions, whoever's in here. Um, Fire them in, and I'll try to circle in and out of things back and forth. All right. Is there a way to change fonts on the single stock window? No, no way to change anything on the single stock window. The only font change you can do has to do with the scanning windows, and I think it'll mess with Brokerage Plus too. To change fonts, tool, options, general. You got your fonts here and your font size here, and that's the only that's the only spot to change any fonts, and that it changes what it changes. That's it. Um, you don't have that option. You should absolutely have that option, Juan. Be able to change the charts. Um, hmm. Trying to think of why that would happen. Let me rack my brain here and keep at it, Juan, just in case with those charts. All right, so we want to build some. We want to build a layout. So new. Let's get some windows together here. All right. Gonna keep nailing some charts out there. Gonna bring some charts. New. All right, new chart window. Want to squash this down so that we're all in here. All right, so we got 3 charts. We can put them on different time frames. Right click. Let's go with a daily time frame, and we're going to go with a 15-minute time frame, and we're going to right click, and we're going to go with a 5-minute time frame for this exercise. 1, 2, 3, bang. All right, so now we've got charts. All right. And what do we want to do? I want to show you how to use the docking feature now, like while we build this layout. All right. So we have what we call a dock feature, container windows. All right. And this is how this is going to work for this exercise for right now. We're going to right click, and we see duplicate into new dock window. All right. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to duplicate into the new dock window. It comes just like this. We're going to resize this to make it make sense. All right. So now we can see our daily chart is inside this docked window. All right. And we can get rid of that daily chart because we've got it. We're going to right click up on the top of this dock window. We're going to give it a name, change title, and we're calling it test drive charts. All right. 2, because this is the second time I'm doing it. You call it whatever you want, of course. All right. So, but now I've got this dock name here. So if I right click this window here, this 15-minute chart, I have the option. I can go into a brand new dock, or I can dock it into the same window I just created. So duplicate into test drive charts, whatever you're calling it. All right. They're tabbed. We want to look at them at the same time. We're going to get there in 1 second. All right. We can get rid of that 15-minute chart that's free floating. Last one, right click, duplicate into that same window. We don't want a new one again. Boom, we're in there. We get rid of the free floating one. We're done. We've got our charts. All right. I'm going to put that up. Move this to the side. Let's get this sized right for us now. All right. We're looking good here. And still, we got to discuss. We're tabbed. I want to see all 3 charts at the same time. First thing we're going to do is we're going to grab the 15-minute chart, because I like to work left to right on time frame. So my longest time frame is going to be left. My shortest time frame is going to be right on charts. I think that's how most traders do it. Grab that chart and pull it. Now it's going to look like it's free floating, right? But it's part of this container window technically. And if I grab it again, we see this tool here. All right. And wherever I hover the mouse over, it's going to be working with that tool like that. All right. So if I put it here, I tabbed it again, right? If I pull it again, we're out. I want to work left to right, like I said. So I want this chart to be to the right of the daily chart. Bang. Now it's to the right of the daily chart. All right. Now we got to do the same thing with the 5-minute chart. We're going to pull it out. All right. Here we are. We're going to put it to the right of the 15-minute chart. And now all three charts are working side by side, and I can grab and size them however I deem that's necessary for looking at the data. And we now have a set of charts that are together just like this. In a right click in properties, and we can add all kinds of things. Do we want to show pre and post market? Right click, show pre-market. All right, right click, show post market. All right. So, these are all things that we can do. All right, looking at these charts. All right. Now we're going to save this container window exactly like this here. All right. Right click, save or share to cloud. All right. It's going to come up. It's just going to get this container window with these charts. Look, we can see test drive 2 is the name. That's a docked window indicated here with 3 charts inside it. They all have check marks. Here's the name. We have now saved it. Okay. If we go file, load from cloud, there it is right there. And so, we make an error, we do anything, boom, that's gone. Oh no, I lost it. Nope, right here. Reload it. Done. File, load from cloud. There it is. For the building exercise of this, because we're going to be clicking on channels and it's going to load its own stuff in the channels, we don't need this open. We're going to come back to this. It's saved in our cloud. We're getting rid of this. We're going to first come to now, we're going to take a look at the strength alerts channel. We're going to load this channel up here. All right. We want to have a versatile layout for what we're doing here. So this scan right here, all right, this strength alert scan, this top list, we want to save this, all right? This is looking at this week's strength alerts with some different items that are inside there, all right? So what we do is we're going to come here and we're going to right click this scan. We're going to save or share it to cloud, all right? TI strength alerts, we're going to rename this though, because we don't need the time in the title, all right? So TI strength alerts, test drive, all right? And we're going to save this one right here. And again, after we've saved it, we come file, load from cloud. All right. And there it is. So there's our charts. There's this scan that we just saved. All right. We're going to keep moving forward and we're going to look. We say we want to have some momentum stuff. We want to look at that. Let's go to momentum. All right, we're going to take this multi-window here called Extreme Master Blaster. All right, it's got a bunch of different strategies in it. If we right click again, we can see strategies. These check marks indicate a strategy is being used. We can uncheck, we can recheck however we want. We can see if we want in our own time, go to configure what each strategy is doing. They all have names, they all have themes. But for this exercise, we're just going to say this is the strategy that we want for building this layout. Once again, we're going to right click. We're going to go save or share to cloud. All right, and we can see just one check. Here's all the windows that are available to us to save right now, but there's just a check in Extreme Master Blaster. That's all we're saving. And we're going to call it Extreme Master Blaster Test Drive. All right, save, done. And again, we're double checking our work. File, load from cloud. There's our charts. There's our strength alert scan. Here's our Extreme Master Blaster scan. And I understand this is probably review for people, or it's old, it's new. We have people at all different levels in here. All right, so that's why I want to work this right now. And perhaps sometimes things that are new or old, they come new again and get refreshed. So we got a momentum scan. Now let's scroll around and let's look at some other things going on. All right, short squeeze. Short squeeze is a popular item that a lot of people want to try to trade and they want to get into. And we have all these different scans in here. The shorts feeling the pain, that looks interesting. We can right click it again. All right, we're going to go save or share to cloud. We're going to get rid of the time in the title. And again, we're going to call it test drive. All right, we're going to save it. It's saved into the cloud now. All right, I'm not going to double check. I think we're pretty clear about how all this is loading into it. And the exercise that I'm doing now, you can do this later today, later tonight, only do it slower. You can click on each channel and go through, configure. What is the scan looking at? What is it doing? Window specific filters, summaries. You're going to find scans you like. You're going to find scans you don't like. You're going to find scans you don't understand. All right. Takes time. Like I said, I could do this for 72 straight hours and we still won't cover everything. We're going to keep continuing. Traders Vault. All right. Traders Vault will only live in a free floating channel bar. All right. So if we were to go to new and we had dock channel bar, Traders Vault's not there. The reason for this is when I click this channel, look at how many scans are coming up in here, individual scans. Trying to get all these items in one docked window that makes sense, it just wasn't practical for us. All right. So this is what we've done. All these scans that are in this Traders Vault are some of the scans. I still have yet to get a Traders Vault scan. We'll see. Maybe one day I'll be honored to get one in the Traders Vault. But these all come from Michael and Andy and Steve and Jamie and Sean. All right. All these scans have come from them. Each one is from someone different that they're looking at. You can go through each one of these scans and see what they're doing. Again, one of my personal favorites is the Turbo Family Up, no resistance. I believe it's this one here. Yes, Turbo Family Up, no resistance. Again, it's a multi-window. Now, something that might trip some people up is usually the windows have something indicating in the corner if they're alert multi. We have a small border function. All right. Right click, properties, small borders is checked, uncheck it. Now we see we got a multi-window here. All right. And again, we can see the strategies, what they're doing. I know what this window is doing. I like this window. I want it. This is looking at stocks that are basically at a lifetime high with some high relative volume metrics. All right. Right click, save or share to cloud. We're going to save it. Turbo Family, no resistance, test, drive. All right, we've saved it. All right, we've got a good amount of scans. All right, I think we're ready to go there. All right, so we're going to get rid of a bunch of stuff. To get rid of it, I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to a channel that doesn't have too much stuff going on here so I can get rid of everything. Because I want a blank screen except for the menu bar now to show you folks some stuff here, how we build some other items into this all. I think no layout is complete without a single stock window. Okay. So we're going to go new and we're going to go single stock window. And the way I reference what a single stock window is, think of any kind of trading cards you've ever had: baseball cards, football cards, Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Star Wars. I don't know. Think of anything that you ever had where the card has statistics on it. You know, a batting average, completion percentage, a win rate, whatever it happens to be. Excuse me, I take a sip of tea. All right. That's what a single stock window does. It's going to tell you all these things about the stock that you're looking at right now. Things that'll always live in a single stock window are going to be things like relative volume, the volume of shares traded today, its movement from the previous day. All right. All the rest of this data, float, change, cash, market cap, 1 minute volume, RSI, all these things like that. These are items that we can decide to put in. How do we do that? We right click. We come to configure on the single stock window. Okay. And we can see columns here. The right side is columns that we can place in that may not necessarily be in there. The left side is the selected columns that we're displaying. So we can go through and I could highlight and I can get rid of all these columns just like that, or I can go one by one and add them. All right. We can also go to search. And if there's a column not displayed that we want, we can select it and we can go show column. All right. And so we can put all these columns in just like this. All right. So for this purpose, we're going to go blank. We're going to search just a few basic things. All right. So everybody wants float. All right. We're going to put a float. We're going to show that column. People like short float. Let's come back to search. We're going to add a short float. All right. Let's come back to search. We're going to go, let's see. Let's go with a 5 minute volume here. We're going to show that column. I'll be honest, I was really looking to keep it to 2 hours, so I'm already 35 minutes over that. I'll keep going for a little while. I can't say for sure. But I'm going to go to at least noon, I'm going to say, K2. All right. So we're going to come and we're going to search some more stuff here. Maybe we want an average true range. We want to show the column of the average true range. We're going to keep searching here. Maybe I want to know what the put call ratio is here. I'm going to show that column. All right. Maybe I want to know options volume in percent today. All right. I'm going to show that column. All right. Maybe I want to know, what's something we want to know? Maybe I want to know what the change from the open in percent is. All right. Change from open in percent. Boom. We're showing that column. Maybe I want to know the change since January 1st in percent. We're going to show that column. All right. So we're building out a single stock window that you're all going to get in a moment. Unless you're following along, then obviously you'll have it already. You know, maybe we want to know a 15-minute RSI. Bang, we've got that column. All right. Maybe we want to know a change from 200-day SMA. We're going to show that column. All right. Let's keep scrolling. Let's keep scrolling. Is there anything else that we want in here? And by we, me, maybe we want to know the market cap. We're showing that column. Maybe we want to know what the composite rating is, that Trade Ideas composite rating is. Mostly it's technical analysis. There's a few other fundamental analysis in there. Maybe we want to know the short growth of the stock. It's always something good to know. Maybe we want to know how much cash they have on hand. Maybe we also want to know their current debt ratio or cash to debt ratio. That's a good one, right? People like to know these things. All right. Let's see. Maybe we want quarterly revenue growth. All right. Boom. All right. So I think we've got a single stock window. So now we've got the single stock window. We've got it here. All right. We're going to right click this. We're going to save or share to cloud, single stock window. All right. We're going to rename this whole thing because it wants to name it based on what's up here in the header. We're going to rename this whole thing SSW for single stock window test drive. All right. We like to use abbreviations at Trade Ideas. Anybody that sticks around for long enough will find that. Brokerage Plus, we call B Plus, things like that. T windows, top list windows, so on and so forth. We have now saved that to the cloud. All right. And so here we go. All right. We're going to build the layout now. We've saved it all into the cloud. File, load from cloud. We're going to start with test drive charts number 2. There's our charts. All right. File, load from cloud. TI strength alerts. All right. That's going to load somewhere on our screen. There we go. We can resize these things later. File, load from cloud. Extreme Master Blaster. Everything's populating. File, load from cloud. Shorts are feeling the pain. File, load from cloud. Turbo family up, no resistance. File, load from cloud. Single stock window. We now have a layout. All right. Now for test drivers, I think kind of important here. All right. We've got this layout. This is great. All right. But we're missing one key component that I think test drivers should really be participating. Oh, I don't know if I got 6 straight hours in me, Mike C. I'm already at like 13 hours of Q&As since Friday night, plus the 4 hours of Q&As I did last week. Monday through Thursday. Well, we'll see. We'll see. You never know. Plus, people got Super Bowl parties to get to, right? All right. So, hi. What kind of volume filter can we apply on candlestick chart pattern scanner? Does it only apply to total volume of the stock? We don't do volume per candle. We do volume in time frames. All right. So that's how that'll have to work there. As far as that goes. So, any volume you want to apply is going to apply to a time frame working within what we have. So you can go into the, if we go new and we go alert window here and you go to search, you can go volume and see what we offer. All right. And so, we have bigger time frames and then any of these smaller time frames, that's how that works. So for example, here, if we've got a 1 minute volume, that's what's expected of 1 minute volume in a percent averaged over 10 days. So if I were creating the scan and I added this filter, a 1 minute volume filter here, all right? Let's do that again, add filter. All right, what I'm doing here is if I put a 100 here, for example, that's normal volume over the last 10 days, given a 1 minute time. 1,000 means 10 times that normal volume. 500 means 5 times that normal volume. That's what I mean. So that's how we're looking at that. Big Fish, your advantage would be the fact that you don't have to navigate back and forth between Trade Ideas and E-Trade. You can just trade straight through Trade Ideas. Again, whether E-Trade fills you or does not fill you on that's between you and E-Trade, but we will send the order. The order will go. The only reason our order will not go to E-Trade is if it's a hard to borrow stock with an extra fee. E-Trade's API will not allow those orders to pass through. They block the orders. They won't. That's their policy. That has nothing to do with us. We get no choice in that matter. We're at the mercy of their choice. So that's and hopefully that makes sense on that volume that I did. And we're going to get back to finish building this layout with Holly involved in it. Um, but that's what we have to offer. Again, if you come to the search, you have these different volume metrics that are in here on those time frames. That's what we have to offer for volume as far as that goes. So let's get rid of that. Let's get Holly involved here. All right. So we go new. This is how I think you should always load Holly. New. AI, Holly, strategy trades window, not strategy window, strategy trades window. And that's going to give us this. And again, everybody's going to want to customize this based on how they want to see it. I think for the test drive purposes, I'm going to customize something here for you folks. All right. The way I think it's best to do. The only caveat that I'm going to give you is that I'm taking away reentries. You're welcome to re-enable them if you want, all right, for the alerts. But I just think that it's best to stick with Holly as simple as possible. As I always mention, too much data, data overload, analysis paralysis, as they say. So right click, columns. I'm going to get rid of a bunch of things in here, all right? I don't care about this stuff here. I don't care about, we're getting rid of reentry time, and your folks are welcome to come back in and add all the reentry stuff. It's a right click columns, your master columns over here, your displayed columns are over here. All right. I just want to make sure I clean this all up, and I'm going to order it for you all. And I'm going to go over a few very important things here as well concerning Holly that I haven't gotten to yet. All right. So I think that's where I want. Now, I want to look, I need some history on Holly, so I make sure I do this all right for you folks. Oops, no, that's not the day I want. So the way I like to look at this is this here, all right? Are we going long or short? What's the strategy name? Let's expand this out for right now. Entry time, symbol. Entry price, last price, all right? I like to change from entry next. You're welcome to do whatever you want, but this is what I'm going to do, what I'm going to share. All right, there's our change from entry and price. 1, 2, 3, exit, exit, stop, shares, segment. All right, so I think this is how we're going to go with it. Now, very, very important. Everything I'm about to cover has 100% nothing to do with automation. This is all just about Holly as an alert window and a hypothetical if you got her entry and what the last price is and how you want to share size and risk for Holly. All, again, hypothetical, nothing whatsoever to do with automation. And there's no timetable for Brokerage Plus and Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim's API data doesn't work. We're very close to having all the connections there, but Thinkorswim, TD Ameritrade, they have no intention of fixing their API. And so we're left to fix it. So whenever we can make our round pegs fit into their trapezoid holes, that's when we'll be able to get TD. And that's on the developers. Someone that works in support. I did the beta testing on TD Ameritrade, and it was not very good. And to take that one step further, when it took us multiple years to get TD to open up their API to us, and when TD opened up the API and we said, hey, your API, that data, needs some work, and they said, oh, okay, and that was it. That was the end of the conversation. They don't care. They just don't care. They don't make money on their API, so it's irrelevant to them. They don't even really know who we are, and they don't know who our subscribers are. They don't even know who you are. They don't care who anybody is. They sell your order flow. That's what they do. With all that said, back to Holly. All right. Everybody sees here that I have this moderate profit, and on a percent of what that moderate profit is, and a dollar amount to what that moderate profit is, and what this max profit is, and my share size. So this is based on a hypothetical portfolio that I have created each day, or a hypothetical set of trades that I created each day. So how did I get these numbers? Again, nothing to do with automation. This is how you get to it. All right. You go to tools, options, AI trade size. All right. And we can choose, are we buying X amount of dollars per share? Meaning is every trade we're buying $1,000 worth of the stock, or $100 or $5,000 worth of the stock. Again, all hypotheticals. This is nothing to do with automation. All right. Or do we want to buy a fixed amount of shares? Every time we're buying one share, we're buying 500 shares, we're buying 5,000 shares, we're buying 243 shares. And the way that I do it is risk based on stop loss, meaning that every time Holly takes a trade, she's only going to share size based on $100 risk every time I take the trade. And I could change that to $300. I could change it to $3,000. But essentially, Holly's the amount of shares that I'm being returned is based on what I chose based on her stop loss. All right. So I'm risking the same amount of money every trade, no matter what. And that's where these numbers come from. All right. So this is based on if I was risking $100 based on her entry right here. All right. This is the amount of shares I would have got, 86 shares on that. And and this is the amount of profit that I would have had if I got the entry. There are things that are obviously not considered in this. Slippage is not considered. Volatility is not considered. Liquidity is not considered. All right. That's why all this is a quote unquote hypothetical. So that's what I have for you. That's what I think. Again, I'm going to share this out, this whole layout now. All right. So those of you that followed along, great. If you weren't able to follow along, it was going too fast. I understand that. I'm trying to cover as much stuff as I can and get all these basics out of the way for everybody so you can really hit the ground running this week. And again, you're going to have a snowball effect with everything going on here. All right. As things go forward, things are going to become more intuitive. The user guide is going to make more sense. You're going to search things out on your own and you're going to start to fly. And by next week, everybody that attended these, you're going to be in that much of a better position than the hundreds of people that decided to ignore us doing this these days. With that said, I can save this entire layout now to the cloud to share with you all. So I go File, Save or Share to Cloud. All right. And again, let's expand this box out so we see what we're doing. We have all these windows that are here together, just like this. Click Entire Layout. I'm getting rid of Brokerage Plus because Brokerage Plus won't carry over in a cloud save like this, all right? But everything else here, the channel bar that's here is saved in this layout. These test drive charts, every one of these items all saved right here, going to the cloud. And we're going to rename this whole thing, all right? Test Drive Layout Sunday Fun Day. All right. And I'm going to click Save and Share to Cloud. And I'm going to give you all this URL. So anybody that didn't follow along, you now have a layout to start tomorrow with. And you can go through and you can make any adjustments to this layout going forward over the next, several hours till tomorrow morning happens. All right. And you can change it during the day tomorrow and, whatever you want. It's your layout to do whatever you want with now. But I just wanted to, help walk everybody through building a layout because one of the biggest things that we get all the time for questions is, I need a layout. I need a layout. And there's, again, that's like walking into a pizzeria and saying, I need a pizza. Okay, well, what size? Do you like cheese? You don't like cheese? Do you want a vegan pizza? Do you want a white pizza? Do you want pepperoni? Do you want a deep dish pizza? Do you want a Sicilian pizza? That's why so many questions we get asked are subjective, and there's no one answer to it. So let's see. We covered that volume stuff. Covered TD Ameritrade. All right, you guys are giving me the silent treatment now. If people have questions, I'm keeping this open forum. I just, the questions had slowed down. So that's why I did a layout build with everybody right there. If there's no questions, I want to build an alert window with everybody right now. We're going to build an alert window together, a random alert window. I have no idea. Maybe this is going to be the greatest alert window that was ever crafted. Maybe this is going to be the worst alert window that was ever crafted. All right. But we're going to build it together. Yes, exactly what they were just sharing there too. So when we come to load from cloud, look, I have a lot of nonsense in my cloud from helping people build scans, testing things. I mean, I don't use if there's maybe 10 things in this cloud that I use. Look how many things I have in here. I don't even know what half them are. But if you're ever searching for something, you can start to type it out. So for example, I have a halt resume scanner, HALT. All right. So here's halt and resumes. Anybody that wants a halt and resume scanner, here's what I built. All right. I'm going to share it out with you. I highly recommend staying away from halts and resumes, but hey, you do you. It's good to have the information. I'd be careful trading halts and resumes, but there you have a halt and resume scanner. All right. We can load this up. And here's what this is doing. All right. If I right click and I come into configure of this, my selected alerts, halt and resume. That's it. My filters, no filters. I don't got one filter in there. My columns, there are a bunch of columns in here because someone wanted a bunch of columns and when I built this for them. So these are the columns that are in here for this alert window, all right? But the only thing that this alert window is going to do is show me if a stock halts or resumes, and it's going to give me all the information in these columns. So a description, halt, pending additional information, the float and shares, the short float, how much it gapped up today, the volume percent that it's working at today. So this was doing 4 times its normal volume to this point in the day when this halted. The 1 minute and 5 minute volume were gone. There was our relative volume. There's how many shares it traded today. It was a halt. Here was the price it halted at, the name, and the time that it halted at. All right. So there's a halt resume scanner that you can add to your cloud. And again, how are we going to add this to our cloud? We're going to right click, save or share to cloud, and you're going to click save, and you're going to have it living in your cloud forever and ever and ever, or until the end of the world or something like that. So, all right, we've covered all that. We're now going to build an alert window together. We're going to go new. We're going to go alert window. And again, the way my alert windows default to open is a way that I set up a default alert window. All right. So what I like to personally use, and everybody's going to have to experiment and try all these things out, is I like to use crossed above resistance for my alert windows these days. All right. A quick synopsis on what crossed above resistance is doing. It's an algorithm that's looking back in time to find where price has been gathering at a certain level. All right. The hours of trading is a filter, an alert filter attached to it, not to be confused with our window specific filters. All right. This filter is going to look back in time, if I so tell it, how far back I want it to look for that price to be gathering. I always go with no hours of trading. I don't care how far back I'm looking as far as that goes. It's irrelevant to me as far as it goes. I want the algorithm to have full reign to look back and find prices gathering wherever it's gathering for me. All right. And that's what I want it to do. So let's just, for example, we're going to use this right here. Let's just say that the algorithm decided that price had been gathering right here, and it decided this is the alert level we're looking at. And if we cross above this level, there's our time-stamped alert. Now that time-stamped alert will also have to coincide with whatever filters we decide to use here on this. All right. You may not want to use crossed above resistance. You may be looking for new highs. There you go. There's your new high. Add that alert. Put a check mark in it. Selected alerts. All right. No days equals today. 365 days equals 52 weeks. So pay attention to the fact that 365 days are in a year. That includes weekends. So if you put a 10 in there, it's not 10 trading days. That's just 10 days including weekends. All right. The weekend inclusion for this specific event here is not going to carry over to our window specific filters. All right. If you have a position in 20-day range, for example, you're looking at 20 trading days for that filter versus the filter for this alert is looking at weekend days. So let's not confuse those moving forward. All right. I don't want anybody to get hung up on that. We're going to stick with what I've got going on for this example right now. All right. So this is the alert that we're building together. We're going to come, all right, we've got our alert or event. I personally think maximum 2 alert events in any scan, all right, because the alerts act independently of each other, but they work with the filters. So every alert may not work well with a set of filters. So there's no reason to have multiple alerts in there that aren't all going to work well with the filters that we want. Keep it simple, simplicity, ultimate sophistication, all right. We're going to scroll down past the rest of these alerts. We're going to come and we're going to start looking at filters together to build this scan. All right. We're going to get there and here we are. All right. So we want a price range, select price, add filter. All right. For this exercise, we're going to go between $8 and $100 on this alert window. All right. We're going to come back here. All right. We're going to look something interesting me, and we're going to do this based on, for now, what I like. All right. And at any point, you're welcome to, you're going to build windows, all right? So you're going to do what you like eventually. I like to know how many shares something's traded today or have a minimum amount of shares. So volume today, shares. So look, here's what the alert is, all right? What the description is or what it is. Here's the units we're working in. So look, we have volume today and volume today. Volume today percent that we've gone over a few times. Volume today in shares, all right? We're going to add volume today as shares, all right? For this exercise, I want 125,000 shares minimum traded today. This means No stock is coming up unless it's traded at least 125,000 shares today. We're coming back to this here. I want a relative volume ratio. I want to know that we're humming along in in volume. I want to know we're doing more volume than what this stock normally does over the last 10 days. I add that filter. We're going to go with a 3 on this relative volume, all right? And the reason why these two filters are very important to work together is if you have a stock that averages one share traded a day, all right, and you put a 3 in that relative volume, but you have no minimum volume criteria, a stock that trades 3 shares that day will meet your relative volume, because if it normally trades 1 a day and now it traded 3 shares today, it's done 3 times what it normally does, right? I don't think many people want to trade stocks that trade 3 shares a day. That's why we have these things. It's a kind of a check and balance system of each other with the alerts, all right? We're going to come back to search, all right? Let's scroll down and let's start looking at some stuff here, and maybe, let's get a 1 minute volume filter in here. So we're looking at an average volume of 1 minute over a 10-day period of time. We're working in a percent on this one versus this is working in a ratio versus this is working in shares. And I want to know we're doing more than what we're normally looking at in 1 minute volume. All right. So that's how we're going to do that here. And I'm going to say 100. That means we're doing normal volume over 10 days. 200, 2 times. For this exercise, we're going to go 5 times normal 1 minute volume. All right. So we're kind of almost using a check balance system here to find stocks that we're already doing more than normal volume on a daily basis for 10 days. Now we're doing more even on the 1 minute basis. So maybe we're starting to pick up. There's some interest coming into the stock all of a sudden. All right. That's what we're looking for in this here. All right. And we're going to scroll down and we're going to find something here that we want. Maybe we want to see consecutive candles. We're going to go with 1 minute consecutive candles, and we're going to add this filter. All right. And a beautiful tool that I haven't shown off yet in building scans, what I'm going to show off now, is our show me function in the middle. We can click on any of these filters and we can see what the filter's actually doing. So show me. And this is going to say, here's our price in dollars, and show me stocks where the price is between $8 and $100. I have the fields up here to adjust this. If I want to adjust this, I can make it 200, and it just changed it real time to 200. All right, we're going back to 100. We'll press OK. There we go. On the consecutive candles, I can use this function to say, if I wanted to, we're going to put a -3. And now this says, show me stocks where the stock was down at least 3 candles in a row. All right. Or I could put this here. Now I can say, show me stocks where it was up at least 3 candles in a row, or it was down 3 candles in a row. All right. On a 1 minute consecutive candles. I can get rid of this. Now I'm looking at stocks that are up 3 1-minute candles in a row. Now I'm looking at stocks looking at 2 1-minute candles in a row up. We're going to press OK. We've got this going here. All right. We're coming back to search. We're going to scroll things around. Maybe I want to add a change in 1 minute here. All right. We're going to add this filter, and I want to see that this stock is up. For this purpose, we're going to use the show me function again. I want to see stocks that are also up 1/4% in the last 1 minute. At least in the last 1 minute, we're up 1/4%. All right. Is there anything else? I think we've covered a good amount of stuff. Now remember, the more filters that you put in here, the less stocks are going to get returned to you. The tighter those values are, the less stocks are going to get returned to you. And so everybody always says, oh, can you build me a momentum scan that catches things right before it's going to take off? All right, sure. But it's also going to catch 1,000 things that are, looking to take off that never take off too. It becomes a trade-off. There is no scan, at least that any of us know of, that only catches stocks that are taking off and they're going, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts. We're trade ideas. Remember, we're returning ideas based on what we're looking for. All right. So that's what this scan is trying to do. So the more filters we put in, quite possibly, the less ideas we're going to get. The less filters, the more ideas. Doesn't always coincide with quality either. We could have more filters, less ideas, and still have really crappy quality ideas. All right. But the trade-off exists. There's a balance within the system that you have to start to discover as you're building scans. Okay. Again, go through all these filters. There's a lot of stuff in here. And as I always say, is there everything for everybody? Nope. Is there a lot for everybody? Certainly is. And always think outside the box how something can work. I go back to that bull flag scanner example that I always use, and I used it earlier today. We don't have bull flag pattern recognition, but we had someone who built a bull flag using position and range filters, all right, for daily patterns. So it exists. It can be done. They thought outside the box how to do that. What does a chart look like? What are the filters that can match it? And they built it, all right? So there's a lot in here. Go through it all right? I think this is what we're going to build for this particular scan. This is what we've got going on here, all right? We've got it all here. We can come to exchanges. These are the exchanges we're looking at. We're looking at just the basic US exchanges, no pink sheets, no OTCs, nothing from Canada. We're not looking at any of this in the scan. Our symbols list, we're looking at all symbols. There's a way to link scans to lists that you can create. So it only looks at those stocks plus your filters that you put in there, plus your alert that you put in there. All of this, again, is covered in the user's guide, how to use symbols list to do that. Columns, these are the columns that we'll be displaying here for this, all right? For this, I want to put the description back in just for this example, all right? So we put this description in as well. These are the data points that we're displaying when an alert happens. Last but not least, we click OK. We're ready to go. And it brings us to name this window. And we're going to name it Test Drive Breaking Resistance Alert. All right, that's what we've named it. A synopsis is once again in here of what we're looking for in this window. We press OK, and we have an alert window that we just built. This may be a great alert window. It may be trash. It may be great one day. It may be trash the next day. Not every window works in every day because the market doesn't do the same thing every day. I'm going to go ahead and save and share this. So we're going to right click, save and share. As you get this window and you load it, copy, you're going to save this to the cloud. All right. There it is for everybody. Now we can right click and we can go to history and we can go to last trading day. All right. And we can see what this returned that day and take a look at some stuff. And hopefully it's going to load some history here, or we'll just sit here and look at a blank gray window. Let's try that. There we go. It was hung up because it couldn't look at the last trading day. So right now, because we're still compressing data from Friday, it's looking back at Thursday, the 10th. And we have all this data that's displayed in these columns here, all right? And we're going to go through what these columns mean. And then, you can always add or take columns away and discover what they mean. But let's move down here to some earlier alerts. And let's go with this alert, BEKE. It happened here. On this day, there's an arrow to indicate when it happened here on this chart, all right? There's your 10th because that's Friday, so this is Thursday. And so we can see this alerted at 9:53 and 32 seconds on the 10th of February 2022. The type of alert is right here. It's crossed above resistance. Here's our symbol. Here's our price. It was up this much from the previous day's close when this alert happened. It had traded this many shares when this alert happened. That's what its relative volume was when this alert happened. This was its change from open when this alert happened. And here's where I don't really display this, but I want you all to see it so you can understand it. This description is telling us, excuse me, what the alert did, this actual event that happened right here. So what we did is it crossed above resistance at this price, and the time that it was looking back to find this was 18 minutes and 26 seconds. And here was the volume when it crossed that resistance of this stock at that time, and so on and so forth for each one of these stocks, because they're all individual stocks that alerted. There may be repeats. So look, this alerted rate at 40 and 13 seconds. And then it alerted basically 3 minutes later again, all right? So that we can see these things. So this is what the algorithm of this crossed above resistance was looking back. And it gives you the time, how far back it looked. This one on the algorithm was looking back 2 minutes and 55 seconds, all right? And what the volume was. All these items like that in that description. That description will exist for every single alert that we have, all right, to give you an idea of what the alert was seeing, what the algorithm was seeing it. Some are more clear as explanations than others. For example, a new high on the day is just a new high on the day. That's it, And if we configure this, I'm going to mess with this here. We're going to go new high. We're changing this whole alert window. I just changed it. So now we changed items right here. No longer crossed above resistance. New high is the catalyst to get us the alert. And if I go history and I go previous trading day, now we see this list looks a lot different, right? There's a lot more information coming in this than the crossed above resistance. A lot more alerts, all right? And the description is now different. New high, 1 cent. Next resistance is to here on this, on this, on this, repeating over and over again. All right. And so this is how these things work and how we can check our work, how we can see what it was really looking at, what the algorithm saw, why it saw it, so on and so forth. All right. So that's what we've built there. Excuse me, my voice getting a little hoarse here on me. I see, our numbers up and down. If we've got new people, you got questions, please ask them. For the old people that are in here, I apologize if we do a lot of review, but that's, how it goes at the beginning when we're all learning together. All right, though. So tick sell. No, we don't automatically create a stop loss for you. Only Holly will have one that's out there. If it's your own strategy in Brokerage Plus, you need to create that yourself. So if we're in Brokerage Plus and we come to strategies and we right click a strategy here and we go to edit trading strategy and we go to the risk management tab, if you want to use, well, let's first start here, position sizing. And if we go based on stop loss, and we have the risk value here, you need to have a stop loss enabled and you need to have that here for that. Please remember, when you are looking at automation, there are things that can be done in the back test for stop losses that cannot be done in Brokerage Plus and automation. And someone's going to say, well, why, if you're going to give us the option to back test on it, why can't we have it in automation? Because not everybody wants to back test a strategy based on going to automation. They may be managing the risk themselves and they want to know, how does this, if I'm using a rising 8 EMA, or well, not an 8 EMA, that's a bad example. If I'm using a rising 10 SMA, because we don't have EMAs for doing this, but if I'm using a rising 10 SMA, and I'm manually trading, I want to know what my strategy looks like on an exit on a rising 10 SMA. Just because I can't send it to automation doesn't mean I don't want to know. So I wanted to back test on that. The reason why that can't transfer over to automation is this. Your order, the second your order goes out in automation to get a fill, it is a bracket order. Assuming or surmising that you have a target, a time stop, and or a stop loss, all those orders go out together. And if you get the fill, the other orders become active as a traditional bracket order. We don't hold the order. Your broker has that order. We have, once that's it, it's your broker's order. You can modify it. You can change it. You can even modify and change it within Brokerage Plus, within Brokerage Plus itself. But what we do not do is we do not hold your order. So therefore, your broker cannot calculate an order based on a moving average. It cannot calculate an order based on a VWAP. It cannot calculate an order based on an RSI. All right. That's how that works. Now, things that get really advanced, I'm not getting into right now, but I will just let you know. You can use something like an ATR, because an ATR will be able to be calculated and sent to your broker to hold that hard number. All right. So you can use an ATR or a range of a certain amount of minutes, because that's a hard number. A range over 5 minutes, let's say, is $5. Your broker can take and interpret that through, from our trading instructions coming out to it, and your broker can hold that number of that stop loss. Now, this is some super advanced stuff. I cannot stress this enough, especially because I do a lot of the automated tickets that come in that people have questions about. Trading is hard. Trading is really, really hard. There is a reason why there is such a high success, such a high fail rate on it. One of the biggest reasons is people think it's easy and they give up right away because they don't want to put the hard work that's involved. They don't want to create a trading strategy. And a trading strategy is not your scam. A trading strategy is, what gets you in a stock? How do you share size? What chart patterns do you like? Things like that. That's a trading strategy. 99.9% of people that go into trading have no intention of doing that. And 100% of those people will fail at trading. All right. What I'm trying to get at here is if trading is that hard, do you think that automation is going to be any easier? Absolutely not. Automation is even harder than trading itself, all right? Because in automation, people are setting things up to go based on a market condition essentially. That market condition may not last very long. You may have 6 months that you don't have that market condition. And so you may have a strategy that works great in a trending market in automation. And as soon as you move to a choppy market like we've had for the last year, whole thing falls apart. And as soon as you get back to a trending market again, whole thing works like a charm again. And that's how automation is. People think that automation is just going to be I create one strategy and that's it. I'm going to be rich in a year. No, you might have 10 automated strategies and each one works in different kind of market conditions and times. And you're only using one or two of those strategies at any given point. So people fail to understand that there is no one size fits all in any sort of trading whatsoever. And that goes over with automation more than anything else on this planet. That's the end of my rant on automation. Okay. Um, is there a way to modify is for daily candles to add it into a nightly scan? Um, I mean, into the scan itself, you're stuck with the filters here. So, if you come to configure, you can't look, we don't have a daily candle necessarily, but you could look at consecutive daily candles. So if we go consecutive, oops, we have consecutive daily candles. You could do something like that. All right. If you're looking more at trying to look at daily stuff again, I would bring you out to look at the bigger time frames on filters. So, if you're looking at, average daily volume on 5 day, 10 day, 3 month, that's what we have to offer for average daily volume on those. On ranges, you want to look at 5 day, 10 day, 20 day ranges, so on and so forth. That's where I would send you towards, Michael, is look making the filters of the scan look more at longer term filters for shorter term filters, but no way to say only look at daily candles. We can't compare candles necessarily. And I know someone's going to throw at me, well, what about the consecutive candles? It works differently like that. It does. That's how it works. Without getting into programming, because I don't program. So we just can't compare candles. That's unfortunately the way it is. Do you need position sizing, stop loss, and risk management stop loss? Do you need them? Um, I would highly recommend having them for trading. I mean, I don't think there's a successful trader that doesn't work with stop losses in some fashion, whether you're using a time stop for a stop loss or a hard stop loss to excel. But yes, I think it's important to have those risk managements in there. I think I'll go a step further. It's necessary. It's yes, 100% necessary to have some sort of stop loss, whether you're doing it based on time or you're doing it based on, like I said, a hard number or percent. And again, if we come right click on the edit a trading strategy, if we come to risk management, you can use a percent or a dollar. All right, for that. So you want to go 3% stop loss or whatever you want to have for it. I also suggest this, please, please, please be realistic when you're creating. I know a lot of people have ambitions on automation, please be realistic about automation. If you think that you're going to automate really fast, whipping moving stocks and scalp and beat these high frequency traders that are paying tens of millions of dollars to be 5 feet closer to the servers of the exchanges, if you really think that you're going to beat them, you are in for a lot of heartache and a rude awakening. These people don't pay tens of millions of dollars to be picoseconds closer or faster than you. All right. For a reason, they pay this money. We're not in the business of competing with high frequency traders. We never will be. We never have been. We're not going to be. All right. If you're trying to find micro scalping strategies and you're automating it with, 1 cent and 2 cent stop losses and ridiculous things like that, odds are you're getting stopped out on your entry. That's not realistic. Every stock has a spread, even if it's only 1 cent. Now, all of a sudden, let's say you take a stock that is a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 cent spread and your stop loss is 5 cents. You're getting stopped out. It's not realistic. It's not practical. It does not translate to the real world. So please, when you go to build any strategy, especially if you're going to automation, think about what's going on in the real world. All right. And the fact that, as the saying goes, it's all been done. You're just not beating these people. Can B plus send MOC order rather than a latest sell? Um, it's going to send the order like this on the order details. There's no way outside of this. You got to pick a market order, a limit, a stop limit. All right. And then you're going to send, I really recommend sending based on last price. All right. You can get into the filter stuff here, NT, but it starts to get very complicated. And then you're going to need help from people smarter than me when it comes to this stuff. All right. And there's going to be a lot of back and forth on emails for you when it comes to this stuff. All right. So, it gets to some super, super advanced market mechanics stuff that's involved, what can't be done. But you're really limited here, NT, on this order entry. You're limited to market mechanics, what your broker will allow for an order to come in. All right. And that's where you're limited. So that's kind of a roundabout way to answer a question that we could dive down a lot of rabbit holes with, that we're not going to dive down those rabbit holes. Which you must work within here. These order entries, that's it. There's no other option. All right. So there's none of this, nothing else here as far as automation goes. Please show again how to change the test drive layout into a docked layout. Yeah, we can do that. All right. So this is what we're going to do. Let's get rid of this Brokerage Plus thing right here. We've got this whole layout that's right here, the test drive layout. All right. And what we're going to do is we're going to start to duplicate all these individual windows into this one docked window that's up here. All right. So we're going to put it all into one docked window. All right. So if we right click, we don't want a new docked window. We want the test drive docked window, and boom, we're getting rid of this. All right. Because now it's duplicated into here. We're going to get all these items duplicated back into the test drive charts too. All right. I'm going to get rid of that. And we're going to duplicate, right click and duplicate, and we're going to get rid of it. And we're going to right click and we're going to duplicate into that window. And we're going to right click and we're going to duplicate into that window again. And we're going to get rid of that. And we're going to right click and we're going to duplicate and right into that window. Now we've got this all here. You can't duplicate the channel bar in there. So we're getting rid of the channel bar for this exercise to give us more space. And everything is tabbed together right now. We're going to start untabbing stuff and moving them around. We're going to expand this out. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take Holly. All right. And I'm going to take Holly and I'm going to untab her. All right. And I'm going to bring Holly down here. And I'm going to place Holly right here for right now. All right. And I'm going to take this single stock window and I'm going to untab it. I'm going to place this single stock window right here for right now. All right. And I'm going to take Turbo Family up and I'm going to untab it. And I'm going to place it below the single stock window right here for right now. All right. And I'm going to take this here. What am I looking for? Nope. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to find the TI strength alerts. All right. So we see there's more tabbing that's going on in here. I'm going to take the TI strength alerts. I'm going to tab it down here right now. All right. And I'm going to take Extreme Master Blaster. I'm going to tab that one down here below this right now. And I'm going to take the Shorts Feeling the Pain. And I'm going to untab that right here. And I'm going to put that right below Holly for right now. All right. So keep in mind, we have limitations with space. So maybe you're going to want multiple docks on different windows. But for this exercise, this is what we've done. And we've got everything right here, all in one dock. And look, I can grab it and I can move the whole thing together. And I can start to resize things. Do I want, do I want this bigger? Do I want this bigger? Do I want this bigger? Do I want this smaller? Do I want this bigger? Do I want to give more space here? All right. And there's a lot of combinations that you can do here. And you're going to want to untab things and retab them this way to get them organized exactly the way you want. All right. And that's how that's done right there. So I think that answers your question there, Moses, right? And that's that, and then we could take this a step further. Watch this. All right. I'm going to get rid of this whole dock setup. All right. I'm going to go File. I'm going to load from cloud. And here we've got the test drive layout Sunday Funday that we created. So now I've got this regular layout where only the charts were docked together, right? Well, I could do this. Right click, duplicate into new dock window. All right. Now I'm going to create a separate doc for the scanning. All right. That's what I'm going to call it. I'm going to right click up here and I'm going to change the title and test drive doc scans. All right. And so this is, again, no one way to, no one way to slice bread. So now I've got this doc here and I've got the TI strength. There's a TI strength. I don't need to duplicate anymore. All right. Right click. I'm going to duplicate this one into test drive scans right there. So now it's tab. Get rid of a master blaster. Shorts feeling the pain. Test drive scans. Get rid of it. Duplicate again. The turbo family up. There we go. Now all these are duplicated into this window. And now I can take and start untabbing things. All right. So extreme master blaster. I want it to live here. Shorts feeling the pain. I want it to live here. All right. And maybe I want to keep the turbo family tabbed and behind it because I don't need to look at it all the time, or I don't need to look at the strength alerts all the time because I know it's just those 5 stocks. And so I have this tabbed and I have these like this, and I can again start to size things how I want to have them. All right. Or maybe I want to take this strength alerts and I want to put it below like this. All right. And I've got it like this now. All right. And so that's how we can do this, all kinds of ways. Like I said, no one way to slice and dice these layouts like that. All right. So let's get rid of that. We've built an alert window together. We've gone over a lot of Holly stuff. I'm going to open this back up for, some questions. I'm going to start to wind this down here. I'm getting a little bit tired. I won't lie. But before questions come in, again, it's really important. All right. Everything in Trade Ideas. We live in 3 places in Trade Ideas. The first place is our menu bar up here. We can grab our menu bar. We can do all kinds of things with this menu bar. All right. Figure out what works for you. Everything lives here. File, where we can load and save things from. Cloud is here. Local is here. New, we want to create new charts, new window, whatever new window. The AI, we find the AI here. Brokerage Plus, tools, all right? All kinds of things in this options tab. Please go through these things. Everything is in our user guide as well. Again, Chris, where's that user guide? Right here. Go to help, user guide, all right? The second place that things live in Trade Ideas is a right click, no matter what window it is. Is it a chart? Is it a single stock window? All these things are in here. Is it the AI? Is it a scan? Everything's a right click. The third place things live within Trade Ideas, all right? Come to our sets of home pages here, all right? Whether you're on, this is our regular home page, all right? There's an account management page. There's going to be stuff eventually you're going to get involved into there, all right? Education, all of our free education stuff, free to anybody. You take the test drive. You decide, I need a few months before I decide to sign up for Trade Ideas. Again, you can go through our user guide for free. You don't need an account. You can come take our 20 introductory lessons for free. You don't need an account. No credit card, no tricks, no trades, no anything, any of this stuff. Our live daily support sessions, I do one of them every market day for an hour starting at 3:30 Eastern. Come join me, say hi, ask questions for free every market day. The traders room, come and hang out with Barry and the crew for free every day. All right. I can't stress this stuff enough. The daily webinars, all the stuff that's in here, educational videos, everything you can imagine. Now, look, people have a tendency to search very old videos from 2010 or 2007. The software has changed. It's updated. So you may come across things that no longer exist in those videos. All right. Some things are delisted. Some things are. My point is, take a reasonable look at the time frame that something might have been shared. All right. And, go through that. For those of you that are not just new to Trade Ideas, but you're new to stock trading in general. Okay. Back to basics. Michael Noss teaches his wife how to trade stocks, starting with literally what is a stock. That's literally where these lessons start. And he goes all the way up to algorithmic trading. All right. You are not going to be a successful trader without doing a lot of research and work and all those things. Trade Ideas is one component. We offer a lot of education in and outside of Trade Ideas itself. All right. We're not licensed to just teach you how to trade, but just hanging out in the live support sessions, hanging out in the traders room, taking notes, paying attention to what things are, learning. You will get there. I see a few questions. Can I also build a new layout as a docked layout from the beginning without changing the free floating layout into a docked one? Absolutely. You can build a layout right into it. you can go new, and you can go a docked window, and then you have a docked window right here. I can't move it right now because I had to click something. All right, here's your docked layout. All right, and you can start to do things right in here, and it gives you some stuff right in here. And what you can do is, start to create things and put it right into that dock like that. So there's a lot of options. There's a lot of options with that, and of course, like everything, there are limitations of the things we can do. There's always going to be limitations. All right. How can I have different stock charts in one layout? Again, so you want new stock charts, new chart window. All right. Property, right click, change your time frame. Properties, what are things you want to do here? All right. Chart style. All right. Do you want to change the color of this chart? All these things like that. And again, all in the user's guide. Again, please, the user's guide, you go help, you select user's guide. All right. It brings this bad boy up for you. Here's our user's guide, fully searchable, sections on everything, toolbar, charts, price alerts, top list windows, T windows, M windows. Again, auto trading, if that's something that you have ambitions to do. More on Holly, docking, whole section on docking, custom formulas. We don't have a code compiler, but you can take code that exists within the system and create customs based on that. Very advanced stuff. You stick around, possibly you get to there. All these items exist right here. If you can't find specifically what you're looking for in this full table of contents, click it, bang, right there. Search what you're looking for. All right. There's a few things I haven't touched on yet. All right. That I just realized I hadn't touched on, and I want to hit us up again. This is going to be a review for people that have been here for the last couple of days and this morning. Everybody should be on our public beta 5.5.63. All right. I think people get very hung up on the fact that when they come to our download page, all right, and so let me load this up. They come to our download page. The first thing you're going to get is a production version and its notes. You got to scroll past that, all right? Download. The first thing that we come to is going to be the production version. Download latest production version of Trade Ideas Pro AI version 5.5.32. Here's the production notes. I do think it's very important to read these things. The longer you've been around, the more important they become, because some of this won't have any relevance because you're new to everything. But if we scroll down here, there's production. Scroll down past production, come to the beta. Download the newest public trade ideas Pro AI beta version 5.5.63. This is where you should be. All right. There'll be no there shouldn't really be any errors with it. I know it's a beta, but it's because we have new items in there. If there's going to be errors with anything, it'll be with the new things like the stock racing that we've just created, the Market Explorer that was just created, maybe something with the new charts that were put on there, but our regular candlesticks will all be fine. All right. If there's any bugs in it, it'll be in that kind of stuff, not the stuff that's been around a long time in Trade Ideas. So if you want to be able to have our news features be on the public beta, we make updates every now and again. You're going to say, well, how do I know you made an update to it? This is how you're going to know. Everybody that is in here that's logged in right now is going to do this with me live on screen. You're going to go to tools. You're going to go to options, and you're going to look for upgrade. And everybody is going to select my drawing tool. They're going to select all releases, not production only. Do not select production only, please. All right. All releases, select that. You're going to press save. Okay. And then when you do that, moving forward, anytime you load Trade Ideas and we have a new beta version out, this new up here is going to highlight in a bold green. All right. And when you click that, there'll be an option that's not here currently right now because I'm on the current beta. And you're going to see that option that says upgrade or download or whatever it is to the newest version of Trade Ideas. And when you click that, it once again will take you back to our download page, and you're going to scroll past production version, just like I showed you, to the beta version, and you're going to install that. Sometimes there are updates that have to be made to Microsoft and Windows when you upgrade, and it may require a restart. So please always keep that in mind when you're updating and upgrading and installing the new software. All right. Very important stuff. Now, the reason why I just covered that is because in our beta version is our new Markets Explorer technology. We haven't gone over this yet, but I'd like to go over it now. If we go to new, all right, everybody goes to E window, Market Explorer, TIQ, that's Trade Ideas Quant. You're going to get one of these windows here. Now, as we're all aware, there are limitations with our software about what we can and cannot do and create. Our Market Explorer gives us on this side of Trade Ideas an opportunity to create things that cannot be created within the regular software. We hope to one day maybe be able to push this out to all users. For now, it is not possible the way the server technology exists. All right. It creates probably a trillion different data points at this point, and that's not an exaggeration. And to have that much and server tech, it's just not practical for us right now to be able to push it out. Maybe one day we can. But what we can do is we can build scans that are popular scans that people have asked about. All right. So in here, again, when we open this Market Explorer, we can always click Market Explorer User Guide, and we can click that. And that will give us this section of the user guide right here about the Market Explorer, explaining to us everything that's in here. Because inside this Market Explorer, what I'm going to show you right now is, again, everything in Trade Ideas is a right click. We right click and we have server window. Every one of these server windows is a scan that we here at Trade Ideas created that cannot be created with our regular technology. All right. Give me one moment. I'll get rid of this clown. All right, there we go. So when we click these, we have an 820 cross of 8 EMA, 20 SMA cross on gappers. This is on a 2-minute chart. We, in our regular technology, we do not have EMAs to scan on. This Market Explorer allows us to create that. And so this was one of the most popular things that was requested in our traders room, and we went ahead and built it. I can tell you I've run this scan for a long time. I don't like it. It doesn't return to me very good ideas. But other people swear by this, and this is the holy grail of trading scans, and I just don't see it. I didn't like it at all whatsoever. But it's up to you. You have this. You can run this scan. I'm sorry, right now, you can't edit any of these scans. Like I said, we hope in the future that we will be able to get us there so that you folks get there. But for now, we've created all these scans inside the Market Explorer. We talked earlier about the TI strength alerts, all right? Here's the scan. This is the TI strength alert scan. You get the score of all of these, the date that it came in. These are all daily alerts, all right? Here's everything that has happened since, I believe, the end of September. Look at that. Since the end of September, we go back in history on the scan for you, all right? On the strength alerts. These are the ones that we send out as that email product. The top 5 are what we always choose to go out in that email. And the strength alerts channel, that's the top 5. These are going to be what you find in the strength alerts. The only reason that it wouldn't make the top 5 is, let's say, for example, there was a buyout. Obviously, we're not going to do a buyout as something as an interesting stock to look at. Or if we've got, 5 stocks that are all in oil, we're going to try to get away from being all in one sector, for example, if possible. But you have the TI strength alert scan. So for everybody that's always, where's a swing channel, where's a swing scan, these are based on the algorithm was back tested and forward tested for the TI strengths. All right, based on buying around the open on a Monday and selling around the open the following Monday. Okay. That's how this was tested. All right. Look, we've been in a choppy market. Some of these have worked better than others. When we were in a trending market, this thing absolutely blew the S&P 500 out of the water. So because it's not a when, all right, it's not an if, it's a when we get back to a trending market moving up again instead of the sideways junk we've been in, you better believe, I bet this thing will be killing it with ideas nonstop. But this is where becoming a trader comes in. All right, you can go each night, each morning, start looking at these charts, putting them on short lists. How do they work? How do they fit into what I'm trying to find on these daily charts? Uh, Returning you ideas. You're looking at something like this. I'm going to give you my trader personal thought on a chart like this. And recently, right now, we can see we're in this kind of downward
wedge right now. This thing's got to resolve itself, and it's got this overhead resistance in itself right now. So, looking at this as a trader, I could say if I was interested in it for whatever technical reasons, I could say, look, this $60 level, that looks like a solid stop. So my risk is down here. And if I can get above this level right here, maybe this is my entry, my participation level. And now I can see my reward is up here on this next level of resistance. This is what we do as traders. This is the part of being a trader that comes in. Trade Ideas has the scan. It returns you the idea. You decide how that idea does or does not fit into your personal trading plan. So again, this is the Market Explorer. You must be on the beta. That's why I went off on the tangent about being on beta. And that's why again, you can look through here again in the user's guide. If you don't know what a bear flag is, a bull or a bull flag is, these are daily chart patterns that we're looking at on those. The user guide goes over those. You can always Google those things too, look them up or whatever search engine you like. What's a three-line strike? All right. What's a three-line strike long? What's a three-line strike short? You can always look all these different items up. They're all within our user guide for you to get there and look at. Can I connect my brokerage to TI during test drive? Yes. I have to double check if you can live trade through your brokerage during test drive, but only manual. You cannot automate, Robert. You cannot automate in the test drive live. Absolutely no automation live. I believe um, you can trade through your broker on manual trading live, though. Let me double check that. Do me a favor in case I can't get an answer right away right here. I can't remember. Sorry. Send an email here just in case I can't get an answer right away to info@trade-ideas.com and ask if you can manually trade in the test drive with your broker. All right. Through Brokerage Plus. I'm going to try to find out as well. But send that email just in case I can't get an answer right now. I don't know who's around. But yes, you can use the sim to automate. See if I get an answer there. Okay, so there you go. Someone else help and chiming in there. So no, just auto trading. All right, we covered Market Explorer. I think something important here in tools again. Let's come to tools and options. But you can use it. All right, so there you go. I was pretty sure you could, Robert, but I just wasn't 100% sure. Tools and options. There's a lot of things in here to go through. All right. One of the things I think is important if we come to layouts. All right. Many people have multiple monitors. So how does it determine what's your main monitor and how windows get open relative to that? If you check open relative to main window for loading layouts, what will happen is if that's checked, your main window is determined where your menu bar is. Okay. And so that's how it will work. If you have this unchecked, it's going to default to whatever you decided is your main window through Windows essentially. All right. So that's how that will go for people that are running multiple monitors with layouts. All right. Something very important here. All right. We have the save layout on exit function. You can, every time you exit Trade Ideas, you can have it so it automatically saves it as your default layout. And what that means is every time you start up Trade Ideas, the layout you exited is the layout that starts up with Trade Ideas. You can also tell it, never save it when I exit. I don't want you to save it when I exit. Only save it if I tell you to save it. And last but not least, and what I use is ask to save that layout. So essentially what will happen is if I go to exit Trade Ideas, it'll ask me, do I want to save it? Because we can have multiple layouts and I may not want it as my default layout, what I've got now when I'm exiting. All right. And remember, your default layout is a local save that loads up every time you start Trade Ideas. So if we go File and I go to Save Layout right now, it's going to ask me if I want to save it as default underscore layout in these capitalizations. If I clicked save right now, it would replace what my current default layout is with what I have up on my screen. All right. If I just wanted this layout saved locally as whatever, I just simply rename it to whatever I want, click save, and then it'll be here. If I go file, load layout, it'll be here as whatever I determine to save that file name as. All right. So, these are important things, not just saving to the cloud, but saving locally as a default is what's going to load up. Those local default saves will hold any changes that you made to Brokerage Plus, for example. So for those of you that, you've set up some trading strategies, or you've set your columns up a certain way, you set your tabs up in a certain order, when you save your default layout with Brokerage Plus open like that, all right, that's how Brokerage Plus will open with the default layout every time. All right. So that's how, little things like that they don't change as you change things. Brokerage Plus stays static essentially as I click through things. So watch, my Brokerage Plus is going to move anywhere. If I load Barry's watch list, Brokerage Plus stayed exactly how it was. All right. If I go to momentum, Brokerage Plus again stays with my settings based on my default layout startup. That's how Brokerage Plus will work. To connect to E-Trade, can we connect the test drive to E-Trade too? Yes, you can connect the test drive to E-Trade. Like I said before, no automation, but you can manually trade through it. And as I always stress, if you're not getting filled on your orders, you're either not connected properly to the broker or your broker's not filling you. We cannot control if your broker fills you or not. That's between you and your broker. Connecting to a broker goes two different ways though. All right. First, you connect to the broker here. You select your broker up here, brokers, connect to the broker. Then you select the account down here. You got to pick the account. We don't just select your account for you. All right. That's how that will go. So what else is important here that we should go over before I wrap this up? Am I leaving anything out that's going to leave you all hanging? Options. Is there anything else in the options tab? You can change your time zone. For anybody that is international and you end up sticking around with trade ideas and you're looking for automation, if you're international, I find a lot of times the the broker that you're linked to, whether it's IB or E-Trade, has issues with your time zone if you're outside of the US. So if you do decide to stick around to trade ideas and you do decide to get into automation, put your PC, your machine, whatever you want to call it, trade ideas, and your broker's time all on Eastern Standard Time, and they'll talk and play with each other better. It's more of a broker thing than us. We can't control that, but I do know that that fixes a lot of people when they have issues in automation with trading. Covered upgrade. We can automatically connect or not connect to Brokerage Plus. That's in there. We covered what the AI trade size means. A random thing that happens, sometimes people are traveling and they want to log into trade ideas and they're on what's called a controlled network, like a hotel or a hotspot. They're at work. If that ever happens and it seems like you're not getting data, but you're logging in correctly, change your connection from primary to new HTTPS mode. That'll get you in if that's ever happening. All right. The rest of this, I don't think you should mess with ever. You shouldn't ever have to mess with any of these things, so don't. In the general, there's a few things you can go over at your leisure here about idea surfing. So yeah, really quick about idea surfing. People always get tied up with that. I can see the confusion that happens. This is what idea surfing does. Idea surfing is a passive way to look at data on charts as it scrolls through. So what will happen when idea surfing is enabled? It'll go through the first 3 lists on any top list, any price alerts window that you have. And if you have Holly, it'll go through the first 3 alerts on Holly as well and just kind of randomly go through those. It's just, let's say you're eating lunch at your desk and you just want to see cycling through some charts. Excuse me. That's how that will work with idea surfing. There's no special anything about it. Some people like it, some people don't. Can you lock in all windows to move all together on the one screen? Tried searching. Yeah, Juan, I guess you missed when I was doing all the dock stuff. No problem. We'll get you fixed up there. You can dock everything together, Juan. So I'm going to get you to the docked section of the user guide here. Give me 1 second. because there's a lot that goes through that. You can always also watch the replay of this later when I went through that. But let's get you docked features somewhere. Docking. Copy link address. Paste. There you go. That covers docking for you there, Juan. All right, that should get you taken care of. Putting them in container windows together, and never apologize. Never apologize. All right. And again, really quick, just to kind of go over that for you again, Juan. Real fast review. If we right click and we come to here, we can see duplicate into new dock window. All right. I can duplicate this chart into a new docked window right here. All right. So now this chart is here in that docked window. All right. It's living in there, and I can get rid of it. We got the daily chart. That's what I duplicated in there. And then I can give this dock name window a name so we know it from any other new docked windows that come in. We right click at the top, change title, and we're just calling it test dock for this one here. All right. We press OK. And we can see it's now named test dock up here. And if I right click this 5-minute chart, I can duplicate into a completely new window, docked window, or I can duplicate into the same docked window. And here it is. Now they're tabbed together. All right. And I can pull this one out of the tab. And even though it looks like it's free floating, let's get rid of that. It's not free floating. I can just use this tool to decide where in the docked window I want it to go. And now I can move it together just like that. And I could do the same thing here. I could right click this scan into test dock window. All right. And we can see once again, it's tabbed. I can pull it out and I can put it however I want, just like this. I can put it like this below. All right, all kinds of options for me to do on that for you for the doc. And that link that I gave you is going to go over a lot of that in all kinds of videos. All right, so that covers that. I didn't cover price alerts. Let's get price alerts going real fast here. Load some charts again. All right, so we've got charts here. And we have a function called price alerts. So let's just say here, we're looking at this and I say, boy, I want to get alerted if we break above this level. I can right click on any chart and I can go create price alert at this price. All right. And here's the information in here that we're going to be looking at when creating this price alert. So here's the symbol. Here's the price alert. I can modify that if I wanted at 27 and 31 cents or 27 and 39 cents, or if I want to go below, if I want to see it pull back and go to $26, all right? And I want to see, am I going long or am I going short on this side? All right, I could write a note in here and I save that. Now we can see on this daily chart, because I went at $26, if the price falls to $26, I'll get a price alert. And if we go to new price alerts window, we can see all kinds of stuff in here. And again, everything in trade ideas, right click. There's all kinds of columns. This is, how I personally have it set up. Here's your selected list, what you're looking at for columns. Here's your master list. We're moving things left to right by selecting, unselecting back to the right side. All right. And in here, I can see all these different items. So, let's expand this out a lot so that we can really look at what we're looking at here. So are we coming from above or below the price? All right. What side of the trade are we looking at? Short or long? Did I put a note in here? Is the alert triggered? All right. What was the price alert at? What's our current price? Here's our symbol. And if it was triggered, what time was the symbol triggered? So for example, let's just come to PHUN. I have a price alert that's here for PHUN at this level. If I do this, I can grab, there's two things I can do. I can grab the bar that's here. See how that X or that crosshair, whatever you want to call it, that T, I can grab that and I can move the price alert around like that. And when I do that, or I could just go sideways with it and reset the alert like that. And now you see it went from green to blue. And on the price alert window, we see fund drop to the bottom. And we see there's no triggered time. All right, here's where the price alert's going and it's saying it's working. I could also do this, NWL. If I click on that, here's my price alert. It was triggered. I can right click and I can go to edit price alert. All right. And I can say right now it's on the short side, but I want it for a long pullback to this price alert. All right. And then I click here, save, and now it's working here at a price alert of 23.39. If we get a pullback, I'm going to get a trigger just like that. Hood. All right. I want to see maybe go back to the long side again. If we can get to this price right up here again, I can right click hood, edit price. All right, here's the price that I wanted at. I can change that price. I want to stay long. I don't need to change it or anything. I have no notes that I feel like adding, and I click save. And now it went back to blue. All right, and here it is working. Now, there are some caveats with the price alert that is going to throw people off. There are times where it's going to look like you're outside of the price alert price, and no matter what you do to edit to reset the price alert, it's going to keep triggering over and over again. What will have likely happened is that there was a what we call a bad print, or what the industry calls a bad print somewhere, or a print that was outside the market at some point. All right, that's causing the price alert to go off, because somehow the price alert is seeing that bad data, even though it may not exist in almost any charts, and you may not be able to find that bad print. It exists. What we will not do in trade ideas is we're not going to play God on what data is what. If the data exists and it exists within our system somehow, we display the data. Now, there are times that data exists, but it is in our system for various reasons with our data provider. But that has nothing to do with us controlling the data. All right. What we won't do is, if a bad print exists, we're sorry it exists. And if it's affecting your price alert, we're sorry it's affecting your price alert. But there's nothing we can do. This is only going to affect price alerts in after hours or outside of regular hours. During the regular hours, when you've reset a price alert, it's going to work exactly the way it is. It's just, market mechanics that we have no control over. And as I said, we're not going to decide what's good and bad data. If the data exists, it's part of our system. It goes out to users. So tough. That's all I can say on the price alerts thing. It's something that annoys me sometimes. I'm trying to, in the pre-market, I'm trying to set price alerts for stock that isn't trading at all during the pre-market. And it'll look like, look, the last price is down here and my price alert is up here, and I can't get it to stop being triggered until live market hours come in. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm sorry. The market itself isn't a perfect mechanism. There's things that happen, behind the scenes with the actual exchanges, the NYSE, the NASDAQ, and so on and so forth. A lot of times when people get upset about things that have to do with the markets and the exchange that we can't control, I used to tell people all the time, if you were really upset about something with the NYSE, call up Stacey Cunningham. I don't know if she's actually the president anymore. I believe she was stepping down. She was the president of the NYSE for a long time. You call up Stacey Cunningham and let her know that you're upset and see what she tells you. That's what I have to give you. It's a harsh thing, but unfortunately, like I said, there's a lot of things that I don't like when it comes to market mechanics with the NASDAQ and the NYSE, and I get no say in it. You get no say in it. We're at the mercy of the people in power, unfortunately. So that's my rant there. All right, we're approaching 4 hours here. I told myself I was going to do 2 hours, so I'm approaching 2 hours of overtime. So I'm going to open it up a couple more minutes here. Last minute questions before I exit. I think I've really kind of covered all the major stuff that I want to cover. I think I've gotten to everybody's questions, hopefully. Everything that I just did in 4 hours here. First off, this recording will be up eventually. I don't know if it's later today or maybe tomorrow, tonight, something like that. Go back and watch every bit of this if you want on YouTube. There are things that I did not cover here. All right. I can't possibly cover everything in trade ideas in a couple of days. It's just impossible. But what I can do is this, and I'm going to do a selfless plea for trade ideas here. We have a channel. All right. Trade Ideas channel right here. All right. Our YouTube channel. Please, 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 please come and subscribe. If you watch any videos, please like our videos. All right. We'd really appreciate it, helping growing the community that's going on here. What I'm doing now, we do stuff like this. All right. And the more we can get out there, the better the community is overall. Everybody has an agenda. If you watch CNBC, if you watch Bloomberg, if you watch your local news, every person that is talking to you anywhere has an agenda. I have an agenda. Trade Ideas has an agenda. All right. But our agenda here at Trade Ideas is twofold. Yes, we want more subscribers. We want to grow our subscriber base. But our subscriber base only grows if you're successful traders. All right. It does not help us when we get someone that subscribes for a month, drops off, and never looks at trade ideas again. That does not help us. That does not help our core business. All right. We succeed if you succeed. It's just that simple. It's a symbiotic relationship. We also recognize that not everybody is going to find trading to be for them. There are going to be people that jump in and they're going to say, I just don't like trading. That's the end of it. I took a shot at it. I don't like it. There are going to be people that find it too hard. There are going to be people that find it easy. All right. My point being is that, the bigger and the stronger the community is, the better it is for everybody. And so liking and subscribing videos of ours will really help us go a long way in that. This is our YouTube channel. All right. I'm going to share the link for it. There we go. Anything that you want for videos, this replay later will be here. If you are on the YouTube channel and you see, look, home, videos, playlists, come to videos, here's everything. All right. Yesterday, I did this live stream here. All right. I did it for 4 hours and 30 minutes, a live stream just like this. You can go back and watch every minute of that from yesterday. Here it is. Here's a live stream that Barry started on Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern on Friday. I took over at 3:30 Eastern and went to 8 p.m. that night. So you have an 11-hour and 55-minute stream here. All right. You can go through all these things. There's some really great stuff. Jump around. All right. There's different videos on Holly that are in here, videos that Barry has done in here. All right. I think Barry's videos are outstanding, especially if you're learning to trade, how he goes over his thought process behind the trade. And you may look at those videos and go, gee, I'd never want to trade like that. Or you may look at those videos and go, gee, I want to trade exactly like that. These videos can help you formulate a trading plan and things like that. All right. So all this stuff exists within here. Please give us a subscribe and a like, a selfless plug. Again, yes, do we have an agenda? But our agenda only works if you're successful. That's how it works. So there's the YouTube link. I'm not seeing any more questions coming in right now. I'm going to give it another moment here. If anybody wants to jump in and do this, get another question answered that they have while I'm here for the next moment or two. All right. We're in an auctioneers going once. All right. So as they're going once, as far as all this goes, and I see the numbers, everybody's starting to pile out on me and fly out of here off to their Super Bowl parties or whatever they're going to do. Auctioneers going twice. Offer on last minute questions here for this Trade Ideas live Q&A for test drive. I am going to also state tomorrow we will be here on this YouTube channel at 8 a.m. Eastern. All right. Barry will have it open at noon. Barry is going to turn it over to one of the traders. Tomorrow's Monday, so that means it'll be Sean McLaughlin tomorrow you will get. All right. Chicago Sean will be here answering questions on the YouTube side for 1 hour. Then Barry comes back at 1 Eastern, takes that back up. Sign up today if you want to sign up. And then at 3:30 Eastern, I will take back over from Barry on the YouTube side of all of this. All right. And I will go from at least 3:30 Eastern to probably 5:30 tomorrow Eastern. All right. That'll probably be the latest that I go because that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. But I'll give you 2 hours of live Q&A again tomorrow with a little bit of market time and then after market time to do all this once again. We do that regardless of the test drive, Monday through Friday, market days, we're here, we're available. All right, come. We cannot answer the questions that are not asked. We cannot help you if you do not seek out the help. We can't force any of this upon you. So I see the numbers continue to drop. So going thrice as the auctioneer would do and sold, I'm going to wrap it up for today. Everybody that has been here, whether you're here for 5 minutes or here for that whole 4 hours, I thank you very, very kindly. I cannot stress enough how important a trading community is, a trading community with integrity and tools. I fully, with my whole heart, believe that is what we offer here at Trade Ideas. I hope that you come to see that, whether you take the test drive and you subscribe right after it, or maybe you take the next test drive we do in 3 months and you subscribe then. We've got a lot of tools. We've got a huge community. We're going to continue to grow. We will continue to get better every day. Some days we're going to be better than others. And we ask for you just to give us a chance to help you make the best actionable decisions for your financial future. All right. Thank you again, everybody. I greatly, greatly appreciate you all being here. I hope you have a wonderful Super Bowl Sunday. And I hope to see every one of you and every one of you more here when you're at your Super Bowl parties tonight, whatever you're doing. Again, I'm going to selflessly plug Trade Ideas. Tell people about Trade Ideas. Tell them what we just did today for you. All right. Tell them what we do week in and week out for you. Come in, get them to join this community. Maybe they're going to care. Maybe they're not, but we would greatly appreciate it. As we grow and get better, we're going to make a better technology and better actionable decisions for all of you. I thank you again kindly. Have a wonderful rest of your Super Bowl. I hope to catch every one of you and all your friends and family tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern when I go live again. Take care and goodbye.